when she was our union vice president or from her leading our contract negotiations. We wish her well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think I just started the YouTube live while he was speaking. Someone check that out. Special reports and appearances, Liz McManus, item L1, financing structure for the first issuance of Measure L bonds.
Okay, is Tony Shea on, is Tony Shea available? Is he on the list?
Raise his hand.
Okay. There he is. I'll move
Okay.
into a panelist. Tony's there, will be there.
Perfect. So last time at the last board meeting, we presented the, I think it was 8 options as to potentially how we could structure this new Measure L series that was sensitive to one, the construction needs, but also to the community at large, so that we move forward in a very responsible way. And so after that meeting, Mark had requested we try a couple other things, and I think people were really happy with the last model that we presented, but we're bringing 2 more tonight to be considered. And then after that, we're going to ask you to make a decision on which one you feel is the most responsible to move forward. And, you know, we have already started, you know, scheduling all the rating agencies and putting the calendar together to move forward for the bonds. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony. I don't see his picture, so.
Tony's there. His name's there. He can talk. Can you hear me,
Tony?
Hello. Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
you're a panelist now.
Oh, okay, great. So let me share my screen here.
Good. Thank you, Tony.
Let's see.
And we're live on YouTube, Julia. I got it to work. Laura, I got it to work.
Excuse me.
And Tony, what you're doing is working. Too bad
Okay.
you're in Southern California, because Kevin needs to figure out how to do this.
Well, thank you for having me back tonight. As Ms. McManus said, we're bringing back just a couple more scenarios for you to look at and consider. We had discussed 8 scenarios at the last meeting, and I think it was the final scenario that the board showed interest in, which was this one. I'll just fast forward here to page 2 here. It was one where we did not take the tax rate up to the full Measure L represented rate. We instead took it up over a 5-year period. And if you look at the 4th bullet point on the left-hand side of the page, you can see the tax rates being targeted, starting with $749 per 100,000, all the way up to $1,555 per 100,000 in year 5. Graphically, what that looks like, if you look at the bottom right-hand side of the page, you can see the tax rate graph. So you can see Series A with the orange, yellow bars, and so on for each future planned bond series. That does have the effect of delaying the overall receipt of proceeds compared to the original Measure L plan put on the ballot last year. Originally, we were thinking, had coronavirus not occurred, that we could get all the proceeds to the district by 2026. Now with potential lower assessed value, and you look at the lower left-hand side of the page for our assessed value growth rate assumptions, and these are the same from the last meeting, the more conservative assumptions we used. But you can see now with these more conservative assumptions, we would get final proceeds to the district by 2029 instead of 2026. That's if all of this pans out the way I'm speaking about it exactly. Of course, we know it's not going to pan out exactly like this. Interest rates and assessed value will fluctuate. So any questions on this recap of scenario 8 from the last meeting before I get into the next 2 scenarios? Okay, so I'll move on here.
Okay, go on.
A question, Board Member Friedman?
No, go on. I'm trying to clear this chat room and I can't figure out how to do it.
Okay.
And we need it.
So scenario 9, this is actually very similar to scenario 8, but rather than increasing the tax rate over 5 years, this one shows the tax rate increasing over 3 years. We're using the same interest rate and the same assessed value growth rate assumptions. But because we take the tax rate up more quickly, you can see that we can bring the final financing to the district in 2028 instead of 2029. So that's the main change from that. Scenario 10. Oh, is that an echo?
Yeah, just go on. So it's okay. It isn't bad.
Okay. Scenario 10. This one's a little bit bigger of a change, and this was an idea where we issue half of the 96 million now, being June, and another half. We're showing September 2020 here, but it could be any time within the next fiscal year. But so you can see here we have a financing in June of 2020 for 48 million, and then a financing of 48 million in September of 2020. We're still increasing the tax rate over the 5 years, similar to scenario 8, and also similar interest rates and assessed value growth rate assumptions.
Okay. Try to figure out where that's coming from.
Okay. The reason that we're exploring this option is in the instance that there is a feeling by administration and board that we should not issue all the bonds right now. If there's a situation where we believe that we want to potentially see how interest rates are, 3 to 6 months from now, or if we want to receive another data point on assessed value instead of issuing all of it right now, then this would give us an option of kind of putting our feet in 2 pots of water instead of just putting both feet in one. So there's advantages and disadvantages of this one, of course, and we'll talk about that on the last page of this. So any questions on these 2 new scenarios before I move on? Okay. So similar to the last time I spoke, here's a comparison side by side up top here. You can see the proceeds and how they're received with each scenario. So the only real difference between 8 and 9 is the final financing. You can see scenario 9 being the one where you increase tax rate over 3 years instead of 5 years. That brings you the proceeds in the final financing 1 year earlier. And then in scenario 10, your first financing is split into 2. But I would assume that that 48 million over a 3-month period would not put the district in a construction cash flow bind. If it did, then of course this wouldn't work. Down at the bottom, you can see the tax rate comparison. So scenarios 8 and 10 have the same tax rate targets. And scenario 9, of course, just that 3-year increase rather than the 5-year increase. Any questions here? Okay, then I'll just turn to the final page. So just some thoughts. I don't have real answers for you, but it's just some things for I think the board and the administration to consider is, I think 2 weeks ago when I came to, not when I was there, but I was on video phone speaking to you, it was a much more volatile municipal bond market. We've seen with the stimulus coming in, markets have calmed down. We had billions of outflows from municipal bond funds for quite some time. This week, the Lipper Fund reported a 700 million increase in inflows excuse me, a 700 million amount of inflows into their funds. So that's a good sign that people are again wanting to buy munis and not just gravitating towards US Treasuries. But does that mean that the bond market now is going to be better than 3 months from now if we decided to split the financing up? I don't know. But I can tell you it's better now than it was 2 weeks ago. Assessed values, there could be an advantage to getting the next data point, which would come to us in the next fiscal year. So in the instance where you thought that you want to potentially just issue some money now and then maybe get more aggressive with assessed value or take it even slower, a new data point in middle of this calendar year could help guide that decision a little bit. Of course, there's costs to each financing that we do. There's fixed costs. By splitting the financing into two, there is an approximate increase in overall cost of issuance of about $180,000. So that's something to consider. The interest cost, by not issuing 48 million for a 3-month period and just having that not be outstanding while you're not spending the money, holding interest rates the same between now and the hypothetical second financing, you would save about $550,000 over a 3-month period. Now, of course, if interest rates went up dramatically, then those savings would be eroded, and you would have increase in the cost of issuance by $180,000. So those are some things to consider. I wish I could tell you what interest rates we're going to do over the next 3 to 6 months, but of course I can't. But I think those are the things that the administration and the board should consider. I think there is some flexibility advantage by splitting the financing up if you wanted to look at the assessed value data points, because you will have one more, 3 to 6 months from now, you will have one more assessed value data point. But interest rate is something to think about. Any questions?
Comments, questions? I'll just move around the table because I can't see everyone. Let's start with Greg.
I guess the only question I would have is between the split, if you're going to split it into two, if you go back, if you go to option scenario 9, or no, 10, where you do scenario 10, where there's 2 issuances, one right after the other, is that seem to be the most logical at this point based on the, your information?
I think if we're feeling like we're in kind of a wait and see mode, but we also need to get our first installment of money.
Yes.
Then it does seem logical. I would just caution against the interest rate movement component. I couldn't tell you 100% confident that this is going to be the best scenario just because of the interest rate movement component. We can't guarantee rates don't go up wildly over the next 3 months if some scary news happens, which in this world is possible.
So then it might be safer to just go with scenario 8 rather than scenario 10 and just go for it now.
Yes, if we thought if we didn't want to take chance with interest rates, we would just go with scenario 8, which would be issue all 98 million, not 96 million now.
Right. Okay. That helps me. Thank you.
Linda, any comments or questions?
I'm going to pass for right now.
Okay, Peter.
I'm really prefer, I like scenario 9. I think just moving ahead, number one, I don't like risking the interest rate movement. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Things are just too unsettled. I think interest rates are pretty attractive right now. I would prefer to just take what, kind of the bird in the hand right now. And I like being able to just move ahead. I think, trying to push construction things out farther is just not generally a good idea. You know, I don't like the fact that these other scenarios push things out into 29. I'm not even that wild about pushing them out to 28. But I definitely don't like the idea that we're pushing things out into September of 29. You know, the cost of the projects go way up. You know, you just have uncertainty as you're going out. You know, scenario 9 is actually more appealing than scenario 8 to me. And again, because of the interest rates and the increased cost of doing two different issuances, you know, scenario 9 is where I would go.
Okay, Bob Griffin. Recommend.
Got a couple of questions.
One quick thing, Bob. Panelists, some of you are muted and some of you aren't. You control your own mute. The 12 of you are panelists. So please mute yourself if you're not speaking, so we don't get whatever background noise you have. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, so the first question we've got on scenario 10, and I appreciate Peter's comments on 9. On scenario 10, we've got 180,000 additional costs to issue, and it looks like we were saving 550, so the net is like maybe 370. What kind of movement would it take to wipe that out? You know, that 550,000, if it went up, what percent would it take to wipe out any potential savings?
That's a great question. It's a relatively small movement. It would only take 0.05% interest rate movement overall.
5 basis points or
that's
five?
right.
Okay,
That's
5
right,
basis points is
Yeah,
nothing. That
it
is
nothing.
really, yeah.
It is, yeah.
Okay, and then the escalation that we've moved in, that we built in on the construction cost should factor in to some of this, but Liz, what are we doing for, if we move the construction back, what are we including in the escalation and how does that impact the construction cost?
It's going to, you know, we're probably going to, we haven't really gone into that type of cash flow detail at this point because we really don't have a defined project except for the first 3 projects. But at the end of the day, I think the first 3 years, we're going to see probably big improvements in the construction market, no increases. Thereafter, I think it's going to start coming back and you're going to start feeling a lot of, you know, increases. And also you have to take into consideration, are the feds going to come in and try to start the economy by fixing roads, you know, yada, yada, like they have in the past. So that's the challenge. I mean, if you remember correctly, the biggest bang we got for a buck on Measure M was as a result of being in a recession, we were able to increase the scope of work by about 1/3. And so I don't think we'll have the escalation at the level that we've experienced in the last 5 years.
So have we considered the potential, I know what we're trying to do here is feather in the tax rates. Have we considered the potential savings that we could achieve if in fact we accelerated the funding in years 2 and 3 before things got really heated? Is that?
We really need to get the entire project list approved because the other thing what we'll be doing is looking at the projects that have the greatest risk of, that are approved by the Board of Trustees, that have the greatest risk of escalation, and, you know, put them in the beginning. And then the more of the civil projects, road projects, more at the, you know, at latter part. And, you know, that's something that, you know, I'll talk to Todd about tomorrow. So that we can look at the project list, because there's some, you know, pretty significant projects that maybe there's going to be cost savings in.
Okay, I'm not really all that in love with scenario 10. It's just, you know, the risk return is just not there for doing that. It would be easy. Now you got me kind of thinking, and we probably don't want to let these projects be out there if we can help it any longer than we have to. So I think Peter's a financial genius, at least. I mean, at this point, and I can be talked out of it. I mean, scenario 10 kind of balances what we're trying to do so we don't get stuck on construction costs, and we do get this money going and we get savings for our taxpayers. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, so good slide up here with comparison. I think I'm with Peter on scenario 9 for the following reasons. I think in the short term, some of the assumptions you made, I might actually make them a little different. The 6% is sort of baked in on assumptions regarding valuation growth. The 6% for the next year is baked in because it happened before the crisis. But and then you go 303. I'm thinking it's going to be something like 603, and then we're going to get back to really good growth, 6 or 7, something like that. So a deep short recession, relatively short, 2 years. So that's that, and that's why I like scenario 9 is it gets us the money right away. It creates a couple years of savings. And then what it does is it gives a future board when the next issue is there in September 23, if my assumption is wrong and there is not robust economy back by September 2023, a future board can decide not to do it. You know what I mean? Not to go ahead. See, the whole thing about whatever scenario we pick, we're just picking what we're going to do this year. And we're setting up a plan for future years. But depending on what the economy does and what assessed valuation does, will actually inform what we do in future years. So I'd be inclined to do scenario 9. It provides 50% savings next tax year over what the voters approved, and another 25% in 2022, 23 over what the voters approved. And my hope is that gets us, by then, the crisis, the economic impact has pretty much worked its way through. My hope and my expectation. So that's where I am. What do we need to do now, Liz? You need to unmute yourself when you answer. You're still muted, Liz. I'll unmute you. Okay, Liz, what do we need to do now?
Okay, what we need to do now is we're looking for the board on direction as to the scenario, and then we want you to approve us to move forward with the schedule so that we can issue the debt in June and then move forward with our field projects as well as the security cameras.
Okay, so there's 2 for scenario 9. Do others, is this a consensus you're looking for, or do we need a motion?
I think a consensus.
Yeah, because it comes back in the May 7th board meeting as a
Yes.
formal action.
Okay, so we're just giving direction on what action we'd like to see on these.
Yes. Mhm. Yes.
I still like 8, but I'm hearing what you guys are saying about 9. So I think tax-wise, as a taxpayer, I like 8 better than 9, but I see the benefits of what you're talking about with 9. So I'm kind of between the 2.
Bob and Linda, any opinions?
I would go with 9 at this point in time.
Bob?
I was with 9, so.
All right, 9 it
Okay,
is.
Greg, you'll pay Greg's extra taxes in 2 years.
Excellent.
I'll pay him. Okay. So are you all set then, Liz, with
Yes,
this?
yeah, we're fine. We now have what we need to move forward.
Okay, next, just before we go to next, the participant count is growing and growing because they're coming to the 5 o'clock meeting, which is going to run late. So as we start this, when my clock hits 5, I'm going to interrupt who's ever speaking and make a announcement to the participants that we're running late with the 4 o'clock meeting, but this is you know what I'm going to say. You get the general idea. Don't be insulted. And also to all those participants that you keep adding, this is also, as this fills up, you can also watch it on YouTube Live, and I know that's working. Okay, Liz, item L2, consider approval of education protection account spending plan and adopt the supporting resolution.
This is a typical resolution that we do every year. And so we're asking you to, let me pull it up, to approve it again for this year.
Okay, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Land. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Griffin. Greg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And Mark Friedman votes yes. The motion carries 5-0. Okay, it's 4:58 FYI. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item N1, contracts for the Director of Special Education, Principal Aragon, and Director of Adult and Career Education. Kirk, you're there. Make sure you unmute yourself, or do you, if you, I'll do that for you. Okay, Kirk, you're still muted. Now, we're canceling each other out. You unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, Mark. We have a script here for our new principal and 2 director contracts that's attached. Do you see that?
No, you have to, you want to share your screen?
Oh, okay, it's on the agenda.
Well, I haven't.
He has to read the script.
Oh, I have to?
Yes, you have to read the script, Mark.
I wish you would have sent that to me.
It's attached to the agenda.
Yeah, but I'm not on.
It's
I gotta
true.
get it down. Hold on a
Mark,
second.
I can read it if you want.
I can read it.
Yeah,
No,
why don't you read it, Kirk?
Is
that okay, Mark?
No, I'll
Oh,
be there in a second.
All right.
Okay. I wish I had been informed of this.
Sorry.
Okay. The board agenda is loading.
I can share my screen to pull it up on the screen.
That's a good idea.
It's okay, I'm there. All I gotta do is, I have to read this since when does that happen?
You do it.
A couple years ago, we started this, Mark. It was a law that passed.
Okay, where are we? Programs.
N1.
N1. Okay, N1, board director, okay. Now my computer has to open it.
Get your screen.
I got it.
It's up.
I'm sharing it.
It's okay, I got it. You can unshare it, please, okay? Before I read it, I'm gonna just make an announcement because it's 5 o'clock. Sorry about that, everyone. So for all you attending, and we're at our 500 limit on Zoom. It's also available on, we're streaming live on YouTube. So for those of you who do not, for all you attending, first of all, we're still stuck in the 4 o'clock meeting. They'll probably go another 10, 15 minutes, at which time we will adjourn it and start the 5 o'clock meeting. At which time I will then explain how the 5 o'clock meeting on grades is gonna work. For all of you attending, and we're actually over 500, so somehow we must be allowed to go over 500. So if you or friends get knocked out of this meeting, you can go to YouTube Live. You can go to our website and it tells you how to get there. Laura, do you want to explain that? How to go to YouTube Live or no?
Thanks, yes. So if you go into the latest news section on the homepage of our website, which is www.smuhsd.org, scroll down to the bottom and go into the latest news section, you'll see an item for the special board meeting. If you click on that and scroll down to the bottom, you can click on a link to join the YouTube live stream.
But you're free to watch here, and I'll explain how that works once we finish the 4 o'clock meeting. Back to the 4 o'clock meeting. So Director of Special, this is what I need to read for the Director of Special Education, Principal of Aragon, and Director of Adult and Career Education contracts for the 2021 school year. The following are the compensation terms for the district's Director of Special Education, Principal of Aragon High School, and Director of Adult and Career Education position. Each administrative manager will receive health and welfare benefits up to $24,301. That's on an annual basis. Transportation and cell phone reimbursements of $275 a month. Various subscriptions and memberships and reimbursements for approved district expenses. Holly Wade, the Director of Special Education, will be paid a salary of $209,735 and be required to work 222 work days. We have a positive work year, you work days, you don't get days off. Valerie Arabuzu, sorry about that, Valerie, if I destroyed your name, Principal of Adult High, who will become Principal of Aragon High School, will be paid a salary of $197,386 and work a 222 work days in a year. Angela Taylor, the Director of Adult and Career Education, will be paid a salary of $176,173 and also work 222 work days. And that's it.
I make a motion to approve that.
Yes, this is probably the, do I hear a second?
Second.
I want to make a comment.
Yes, because 500 people just heard these people's salary.
Okay, can
Linda,
I make a comment? I just wanted to say that these same individuals are on the personnel agenda tonight, and I think we probably should approve their hire and then approve their the compensation package. Because technically we haven't hired them yet.
Okay, so you want to do N2, then N1?
Yeah,
Yes.
so N2, approval of personnel. Kirk, anything you have to say, we'll come back to N1.
Okay, we have an addendum as well in N2.
Okay,
I move approval.
Second.
motion by Linda, seconded by Greg. Greg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Linda, how do you
Yeah.
vote?
Yes.
Peter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bob, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mark Friedman votes yes. The motion carries 5-0. Can I have another? I don't have to read N1 again, right?
No, you do not.
Okay.
I made a
everyone
motion.
heard it. I just like to comment, because we have 550 people here. We do this for all senior level people. We read this and say their salaries and so forth. Their salaries are in line with, actually lower than some of the other salaries we pay comparable positions because they're coming in at junior levels. This is for the people watching and listening to this. This is a requirement and so forth, just so you know. Okay, can I have a motion?
I made a motion.
Second.
So the motion is by Greg Land, second by Linda Lees Dwyer. Greg, how do you vote?
I vote I really want to be a high school principal instead of an elementary one, but yes.
Okay, Linda
Yes.
Lees Dwyer. Peter Hanley,
Yes.
Robert Griffin,
Yes.
Mark Friedman, yes. And to Holly, Valerie, and Angela, I think you're all out there. Congratulations and welcome. Well, Valerie's already in the district. Valerie, congratulations on your promotion, and Valerie and Angela, welcome to the district. Okay, let's move on. Item Q1, resolution.
N3.
Oh, thank you. Where is it? N3, approve the revised job description for Administrative Assistant 3, Office of the Superintendent position. Kirk and/or Kevin comment on this?
Yes, unfortunately for us, Roberta Beacon is retiring at the end of the year. We wanted to update this job description. The last time we had revised it was 2014. So this is just a revision of duties. The pay level is the same.
So can I add just a comment here? I want to thank Roberta again. And since we have so many people on the call who are keenly interested in the district, if you, after reviewing the job description, feel that, or watching the board meeting tonight, feel like this is something that you would be interested in doing, we will be posting that job shortly. So you got big shoes to fill, but we are keenly interested in getting somebody who's willing to work with me.
You just did an advertisement to 550 people.
Yes, I did.
Do I hear a motion?
Okay, I make the motion.
Motion. Motion by Greg Land, second by Bob Griffin. Greg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Linda Lees Dwyer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Peter Hanley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bob Griffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mark Friedman votes yes. The motion carries 5-0. Item Q1, Resolution 1920-18, resolution authorizing and improving the borrowing of funds for fiscal year 2020-2021, the issuance and sales of 2020-21 tax and revenue anticipation notes, therefore in participation in the California Education Notes Program. Liz, you might as well explain it. It's something we do every year, but since there's so many people out there.
Yes, every year we issue a tran for cash flow because our property tax apportionments usually don't come in until December, and we will be paying salaries throughout the year and we go negatives. So this is an opportunity to borrow money at very low rates for that to occur. So,
Do I hear a motion? A question?
I have a question. Property tax payments were delayed, at least this current, the April 10th till like May 5th or something.
Yeah.
Do you think, have we factored in any potential slippage in terms of the cash flow analysis? Or is there enough cushion in there that if either delinquencies or there was another holiday or something, that we're still covered?
We looked at it. I mean, we know that from it being delayed by 1 month, we're having to have $9 million of cash to pay the salaries in the bank. And so we're just borrowing, from that. But next year, we're hoping that the $25 million borrowing will, accommodate that, if that should materialize.
Okay, we'll see, huh?
Hope it's
Okay.
more than 30 days.
Yes. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move adoption.
Okay,
Second.
moved by Mr. Griffin, second. Peter?
Me, I did it.
Oh, Linda seconds. Okay, moved by Mr. Griffin, second by Ms. Dwyer. Mr. Where is he? Greg. Mr. Land, how do you vote?
Yes.
Linda Lees Dwyer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Peter Hanley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bob Griffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mark Friedman also votes yes. The motion carries by a vote of 5-0. We're moving forward to item Q3, approval of the Facilitron Facilities Managed Portal Agreement.
We did Q2.
Did I skip Q2? Sorry.
Yes.
Approval to amend the program stabilization agreement to include projects funded by Measure L. Ms. McManus, please explain.
Perfect. We are, we've always had a PSA since Measure N with the district. We also amended it to include the PSA during Measure O, and we're bringing it forth to do it for Measure L. And we have found that the projects and the quality of the projects that we've had through the PSA have given us a much better quality product. So we are bringing forth to amend it for the most recent bond series.
Before we take a motion, does anyone wish to comment? Because I do.
Well, I thought it was to guarantee a stable workforce and certainly, I guess, the quality. But I thought part of it was, in fact, that the workforce was there and the quality of the people, the workers were there. But have we
Right.
had any?
Yes, yes.
Have we had any issues or any incidents or anything that you know that gives us any indication that we could make it better? Or it's just it's
I think we're pretty, I mean, the way it works, it seems to be, high performing. We've never had any issues. In fact, if we have a project that maybe it's too small and we're not getting enough people, we can call the different trades and they help us identify the right, contractors who will look into the projects. We've also had no issues with the labor and so, we feel it's a real value add to have that with our construction program.
okay. Thank
That
you.
was the comment I wanted to make. This is a strong value added to the district. This agreement has paid numerous dividends to the district over the close to 20 years we've had it. Our partnership with unionized labor, a unionized labor construction and trade union, has been a fantastic partnership and has paid great dividends to the district, and I'm strongly in support of this. Motion or comments?
I'll move adoption.
Second,
So motion by Mr. Griffin, second by Ms. Lees Dwyer. Mr. Land, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Dwyer,
yes,
Linda,
yes,
Peter Hanley,
Yes.
Bob Griffin,
Yes.
Mark Friedman votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll do Q3 approval of Facilitron Incorporated Facilities Managed Portal Agreement and Online Facilities Reservation and Platform Management Platform. Ms. McManus, we actually have facilities to rent?
We have the facilities to rent as long as we don't have social. So this is a software program. A lot of other school districts utilize it. Palo Alto, I think Sequoia does. And what it does is it allows us to do everything online. It basically schedules these facilities for us, and then it also manages all of the maintenance for our facilities. So it's kind of doing all the analysis, and it allows us then to do, looking at reports, how often things happen, what is the deferred maintenance, what is, going on in, repairs in our facilities. It's just a very, very strong software package. It will give us data to do better analysis for both facilities use as well as in maintenance and ops.
Okay, any questions? Do I hear any questions?
nope,
Okay, do I hear a motion then?
I'll move approval.
Second, do I hear a second?
Second.
Please. Motion by Mr. Hanley, second by Mr. Griffin. Mr. Land, how do you vote? Greg?
Yes.
Linda?
yes,
Peter?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Mark Friedman votes yes. The motion carries 5-0. We're going to do board operations. We're almost done with this. For those of you watching, we're almost to the next meeting, which is grades. There's review and discuss board policies. This is not final approval. Do you want to do this now? Anyone have any issues or comments? Board members,
Oh,
excuse me?
I mean, I would prefer to, if we can push it back, I'd prefer to push it
I
back.
started it too. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us have been engaged with something else. So can we just bring this to the next meeting, Kirk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So
Sure.
we'll do that. So one other item is future board meetings or board operations. And an item I need your input on is we heard DLAC, the DLAC committee is supposed to present at the next board meeting or this spring, however we want it. They do not have, they are not always as technological. I guess there's technology issues And the question is, how do we want to do that? Do you want to help us with that, Kevin? You asked me to discuss this.
Yeah, we typically have language. We have to do some simultaneous translating or translating. We're happy to give you a report, perhaps, and then maybe you could think about that and then see whether you would like that report to come in or to have it presented. Those kinds of things, and so that might be a way to do it.
Mr. Land, I saw your hand.
Yep. So, I mean, I like what he's saying, but one of the things I would recommend is one of the strengths of this DLAC meeting is actually hearing from the parents. If we could record it on video and maybe have a video presentation, that might be an easier way to go, and maybe pull it out later so that they can prepare for it. I think if the DLAC works together virtually, or at least tries to get to work together, they might make something. I think that the power of their voice is important. So whether it's in English, Spanish, or together, I think it's important that they present in some way, whether it's a recorded video or something along those lines.
We can work on that.
Okay.
I agree with Greg's point of view. Okay, you have direction, Kevin?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. It's requested future board items. Is there any there?
I have one.
Go on, Linda.
Okay, I think that we need to have a board item on how to do business in the pandemic. I think we need to have a report on everything that's been accomplished throughout this once we're done with it, and then a look at what we would like to be able to do better, how we can be prepared the next time something like this happens. Just an overall sort of summary of where we've been and where we would like to go.
I like that idea.
Thanks.
I would build on that idea too. And we need in June, probably, we need the different people on the administration who aren't probably involved with education, because they're going to be, their hands are full the next 6 weeks trying to bring this online learning up, to give us what we think is going to, if you all saw what the governor said about how schools are going to look, we're not going, he basically said in the fall, there's a good chance we're not putting 1,500 people in a building at the same time. We need people to look, maybe Kirk would be in a better position to lead that, because you're not stuck in with you're shaking your head, to over the next 6 weeks, look at what that would look like. Look what our district would look like in the fall if some of the governor's things happened. That includes, how we might schedule half days and, how we might distance students in a classroom. Kirk and Liz are probably, might have, Liz has to put together a budget this next two months. How we have to put people in a classroom. And also we have to address sports probably sooner, because sports on paper starts before the school year opens. And maybe CIF will address that for us. I'm thinking about football, but when the governor said, there's going to be no large gatherings for a year plus, I wonder how the hell you have football, and things like that. Someone needs to address that. Obviously, Kevin and Judah decide who addresses that and comes back to us. And I didn't mean to give it to Kirk.
Yeah, it's my job to do it. Yes.
Yeah, it's your job to assign. I'm sorry that
no worries.
But I think it's something we really should be talking about in our June meetings.
Right.
Also, going along, just expounding on what you're talking about, what about students who are going to need credits? What does summer school look like? If you can't have summer school, is it a virtual summer school? Is there credit recovery? Is there, we need to look at that intervention as well. So, yeah.
I agree with you. That's probably before June. That's probably
yes.
How
I'm just saying we got to worry about that. Yes.
That's probably an item that we need in May.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've already begun those conversations, and we'd be happy to share those with folks.
So put that on in May. Well, I assume you would anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. So I am adjourning the regular meeting. I don't have my gavel. And do we want to go right to the next meeting,
Sure,
Kevin?
that's fine. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I am opening the special meeting on grading. For all you out there, the meeting is going to work as follows. Well, first of all, do I have the right people in the chat room, in the panel, Kevin? It's all the board members, Liz, Kirk, Julia, Laura, and Brian. Are those the right people?
Yeah, I don't think you need Liz or Kirk there, but
You don't need Laura here.
yeah.
I think
don't.
they should stay there.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's leave them there. It's not hurting us, okay? It's not hurting our technology. They are deputy superintendents, so it's appropriate to keep them there. I agree with Linda. So for the audience and board members, this is how I intend to run this meeting. First, the superintendent and Julia will present. Hopefully they can share their screen. They have slides. It'll take us through it. After they present, I will give board members, we're not debating at this time, sort of clarification, go around once for any clarification questions you would like from the presentation. Does that make sense to you? Because we'll debate it at the end. We'll debate our answer. I'd like to see some head shaking or.
So Mark, just for clarification, so because I'm usually the first one, so what you're asking is don't make comment, just make questions. Can you clarify X? Can you, what about that?
Yeah, right,
Okay.
that sort of thing.
Yep.
Then we will take public comments. And this is where this makes it hard. I figured out, we were Zoom bombed in the chat. Okay, I kicked those people out of the meeting. They were, they would have been, if they had said those things out loud, we would have removed them from a physical meeting. Can't figure out how to clear it, but that's okay. And I figured now the chat, anyone who posts to the chat, only the panelists see. So they cannot post to the other 535 people out there. Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because what I'm going to use the chat for is while Kevin is presenting, any one of the, oh God, we're up to 534 attendees who wants to use their right to make a public comment, you need to put your, whatever you're signed in the chat. I will be writing down those names. Then after we go through our questions, we will let people who want to make a public comment.
You need to record the names.
I hear you. I'm just hearing that your chat has been disabled.
No.
On YouTube.
Oh, so I'm
We're
on
okay.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to see the chat as a trustee. Sorry.
Okay, it should just be names.
Yeah.
It's like blue slips, okay? Okay,
I need to see those blue slips too.
We'll get it. We're recording.
Okay.
okay. It's like blue slips. Those of you in the audience, I want to say, or attendees, one thing is you can now, I figured out at least how to block you from any Zoom bombing the other attendees. If you put evil things in there, or only the 12 of us see it. Okay. Second, you need to put in the name if you want to make a public comment. I will, when it comes time for public comments, I will read all the names I believe that I have recorded. I will also encourage you all and remind you all that many of you, hundreds of you, have written us emails. And all of us have read those emails. And so we have seen and heard all sides of the different arguments. So I would encourage you, if you want to make a public comment, recognize that we have, unless I don't think there's any new comments to make. Recognize that we've read them. Read them. Make your comments. Legally, I give you 2 minutes, but try to be very brief about those comments. Sort of say your name, who you are, and what your position is, and maybe just a sentence or two of why you believe in that position. Again, we have received hundreds of emails and we have all read them.
You want me to set it?
After public comments, then as a board, we will debate and discuss the different alternatives, anything else we want to discuss around that, and make a decision. Is that okay with all board members?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to start looking at the chat, and again, if you want to, Kevin is going to present, and if anyone wants to make a comment, send me your name. That's all you have to send me as it's signed in. Begin, Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. First, I do have to say that this is the largest board meeting I've ever attended. I've never been to a board meeting with over 800 people at a meeting. And I think there's a lot to ponder here, but one reflection is that this is democracy in action, even if it's done virtually. I think what you would find, or at least one of the high values of the district and the board, is that we want to be transparent about our actions. Those of you who tuned in at 5 o'clock witnessed part of the regular board meeting that you might not come during your busy days if you weren't at home, perhaps. But is transparency, I think, a careful consideration of the fiscal resources of the district as it related to the bond and the both the expenditures of the bond and the tax rates that that folks will be experiencing. And then also a level of transparency about the hiring process, the salaries of people who work for the district. And so you have both fiscal transparency and fiscal responsibility, as well as hard work in terms of preparing for a board meeting like this. So I want to thank folks for that. I also want to thank everybody's patience as we've gone through what is a really difficult period here that none of us expected to unfold as it has. In terms of the process here, just to add a little to Mr. Friedman's comments, the way a district runs is the board is elected, public votes to select the board members. And the board, one of its major responsibilities is to hire a superintendent, and that's my job. And my job is to run the district, to recommend folks for hiring, to be the equivalent of a chief executive officer. But the board is the policymaking body of the district. And so it's up to them to make a policy decision. And that's what we'll be dealing with tonight. It's my job to recommend to the board policies and procedures for their approval. And so that's what we as staff have done tonight. As you have, as the public has examined those and the board has reviewed those, there are clearly things that people like about certain things, people don't like about those, and we'll try to capture those in the presentation here. We do know that this is a hard issue. It's an emotional issue for folks, but it's been my experience that when a community works through these issues and when a board deliberates and they have experience taking on tough issues, there's a wisdom in a process that opens up for transparency, deliberation, and then thoughtful decision-making on the part of the board. So why don't we get started? And I'm going to go through these slides quickly because I know we want to hear from the board. I know most of you are well educated about this. You've read the presentation before tonight. I know the board members have, as well as reading the presentations here. And I'm going to be joined on this by Assistant Superintendent Julia Kemke. Dr. Kemke has done a lot of work on helping teachers. She's in charge of curriculum and instruction in the district. And then Brian Simmons is also will be talking during this presentation, and he is our Director of Assessment and Accountability. So with that, I'm going to jump in here. If we can go to the second slide, Julia. We're going to provide some background here. We're going to outline the challenges. We're going to discuss some various policy options, and then we're going to give you some thoughts from our perspective on those various options. So if you go to, in terms of background, we closed schools through spring break on March 13th. A week later, school closures were extended to May 4th. During spring break, schools were officially closed through the school year. And then at the board meeting on March 12th, we had some preliminary discussions about grading policies. From the 12th through the 25th, there was lots of discussions with site administrators. Teacher leaders were involved in that process. The District Teachers Association was brought into the conversation for the perspective of teachers, as well as the experience that they have in that process. The board met on March 26th and decided to agendize this topic for its April 7th meeting. We also administered a survey on March 27th. We heard from staff and students through a survey that was administered. We received just hundreds of emails, and I've been in other districts with strong public participation, but I can safely say that we've never had as many, I've never seen as many public comments as we've received here. The board decided on March 7th to postpone the meeting. We originally rescheduled that for April 9th after other comments and then a desire to continue to study this issue. We postponed the meeting again to tonight. And so now we're here and we'll go from there. So then let me try to make sure I'm not doing all the slides, and we're shifting to.
Do you want me to take over?
Yes, that's right, Julia.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
You're up now.
So just kind of an overview of the present situation. Teachers need some direction. A grading system is one of the ways that they go about organizing their classrooms. And this is really an important topic. They've been waiting anxiously to determine what their grading system will look like. So this is going to help them productively plan the rest of their year. We also have another teacher workday planned for April 12th, so that teachers can then take what decision is made tonight into their practice. We've been talking about grading quite a bit internally, so that has been a distraction from some of the other major issues that we have to make decisions about as a district. Graduation, concerns around students that are falling behind now, and how we're going to get them back on track through summer school, and just the incoming around the virtual environment. At this point, we have all the information that we need to make a decision, so more information is not going to come about or change what we're making here. And also just knowing that we're in a global pandemic, there hasn't been a proposal that we've seen across the nation that has been acceptable to all parties. It's not going to be satisfactory. Some of the information that we took into account through our discussions is heavily relying on what the colleges are telling us about how they're going to look at this spring semester transcript. And they did make the decision to temporarily suspend letter grade requirement for A to G classes. And so any student that's applying to the UC, CSUs, and other universities, not just in the public institution, will meet A to G requirements with a credit or pass. And we'll get into the specifics about what's the difference between pass, credit, and all of those different notations on the transcript. The biggest important point here is that no student will be penalized in the campus admission review process for earning a pass grade, a credit grade in their A to G coursework in this semester. The other thing to keep in mind is that colleges always look at the local context. So if our school district goes in this direction, they're only looking at students within our school district. If another school district continues to have grades, that doesn't make an impact on how our students are viewed by admissions. Another point about this is if students are in honors or AP classes. So we asked of our UC partners and CSU partners specifically around what impact does this have for our honors, IB, or AP students. And even though a credit, so a notation of credit or pass on a transcript wouldn't be included in the GPA calculations. That's one of the most important points here. It will be counted towards their honor course tally. So one of the things that happens in the process of applying to colleges is that you'll see their honor courses tallied up. So that will be included there. So this was a message directly from the Manager of Policy Implementation and Admissions Evaluations in the Office of the President at the UC. And now I'm passing it over to, sorry?
Can I ask a question about AP?
Sure.
So if I'm correct, don't you get a bump in your GPA based on your AP, if it's an AP grade? How does that play into it? Because that would affect the GPAs.
That's correct. So
if some schools, if some districts outside our area, because a lot of our area doing pass, no pass, or credit, no credit, what if, in New York or in the middle of the country and they have the 5-point scale and they're getting their GPA grade? How does that, is there a comparison?
That's a really good question. So colleges always look at the local context of the school. So an example of what this would look like is if I am not necessarily compared to a student, I'm not compared apples to apples to a student applying from another school, because some students in our schools can get. So when admissions officers look at transcripts, they always look at what is the local context that's happening in that school and in that district. And then the GPA is just by the basis of the number of students there. So does that make sense? In the context of the credit on your transcript, if we do credit, no credit, our students' GPAs would be frozen. So there's no impact on their GPA for this semester. And that would be true for all the students that are in all districts that go forward with this. We're using credit, no credit. I'll just go into this now. We're using credit, no credit because we are putting into our AR that means that you're meeting A to G requirements. And that's because we already have in our AR that pass means you just met the requirements for the class, so it calculates into the GPA. So we're making the credit as that. Some districts have to do it opposite because they already have the AR there.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass it back.
I didn't see any proposals to change the AR.
I'm sorry?
I didn't see on the agenda any proposal to change the AR.
Right. So maybe I can comment on that, Mark. I think we're happy to bring back on May 7th, based on your direction, an AR if that's the will of the board. I think based on tonight's vote or direction, we would want to put that into place. Each one would do that. Would have a separate AR.
Okay. Do we have to do it with an AR, or can we just do it by saying this is a one-off?
Yes, you can do that too.
Okay, so that's another decision we have to make.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, you're up.
Okay, yeah. Good evening, board members, cabinet, and members of the district community. I'm going to quickly just review some of the data we have about student experience thus far during remote learning. This first slide is intended to just make sure that we're all grounded in our district student demographics. We know that the board is familiar with these data, but wanted to make sure that everyone knows that 10% of our students are English learners or have a disability, and over a quarter of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. this is important context when we're thinking about this pandemic and shelter in place and the kind of experience and the kind of impact it will have on the various student groups that we have. Okay, next slide. And so as you can see from this slide, our students are facing a variety of challenges, somewhat related to the previous slide, kind of the different student groups, but beyond that, just the shelter in place in general. And these variety of challenges, this slide outlines some of those challenges. I think the first point is maybe the most telling, that 60% of our students are providing childcare during shelter in place for their own siblings. And that's a significant impact on students, right? Because students are in households where there are other children and in the house or out of the house, and really and needing that support from their high school age students. Also, students are working in essential services. We have a number of students doing that, and families are facing all manner of traumas and insecurities. In addition, the district has loaned over 1,000 Chromebooks to students and 500 Wi-Fi devices, which was essentially twice as many as we had actually loaned out before the shelter in place order. That's a significant, I think, set of information for all of us. It's sort of sobering fact about students' access to devices, and maybe an indicator as to other kinds of supports or non-supports that they may have in their home lives. Next slide. In addition to the economic and personal challenges that many of our students and their families have faced, we've also lost many of the personal relationships, athletic and co-curricular activities, cultural touchstones, and rites of passages that students, particularly seniors, normally engage in during the spring semester. So this has been a time that, this is self-evident, but it's been a time of much loss and dislocation, and in many ways has impacted the ways in which students are tethered to school, are tethered to the work that they do at school. And I think it's really important for us to understand that the numbers of variables that have been altered by this process mean that things have to be different on all fronts. I'm going to hand this now back to Julia to talk a little bit about the challenges for our teachers.
So just considering some of the quickness of the shift to the virtual remote learning environment, some of the things that teachers normally are able to do are not, we don't have access to those things in a virtual world. Certain types of assessments. This also includes particular classes that might have labs or just require kind of in-person types of learning happening. We also know that there's, as Brian spoke to, our teachers are also facing some of these challenges. They may have small children at home themselves, and they're trying to juggle being a stay-at-home parent, teacher of the students in our district, and then, as we know, a homeschooling teacher because of their kids at home as well. And we know we've heard particularly from some of our science teachers, but it goes across a lot of the top content areas, that the challenges that they're facing in making this shift to kind of the remote world has been very difficult. We also know that our teachers, we've done a lot of training in the virtual world, but if it is not normally part of the content that you are using online environments, there's varying abilities of teachers to kind of shift their content into the online world. And we also don't have the same experience as understanding how long does it take a student to do this assignment if I'm not there physically to answer the questions as the students invariably have as they work through the material. And I know that we've heard from many of the teachers that they should be doing more to try to match the experience that happens in the physical classrooms, which is really impossible to do. And creating a new grading system with no training around this, or having the time to actually train on further on the virtual tools is really difficult. So I think many of the challenges that the teachers are facing have made this shift difficult, but I will say that we are one of the districts that have made the shift really quickly, and the amazing work of the teachers has been really impressive. I think now we're passing it back to Kevin to talk about some of the different grading systems that we reviewed.
So I do want to mention that, and I think the board will comment on this too, that we received a lot of ideas that were thoughtful and ways to look at this. And so we want to acknowledge the fact that there were other options besides the four that we're presenting today. The first was one that we discussed early on. This was a student choice for letter grade or credit, no credit. And that was early as we started the process, as we started looking at going away from on-campus learning to something else. So that was an early proposal. The second proposal was a credit, no credit for all students. And that proposal came about as we watched other districts do this. This was something that some of our neighboring districts began to look at. And it was one that early on had the support of principals, staff members, and members of the superintendent's cabinet. The third option was a reaction to some of the feedback that we got from parents about kids who had challenged themselves this year, who had decided to take a variety of hard classes in the hopes of raising their GPA through honors and AP classes. And so there was some thought about making a credit plus that would be included in GPA models. This frankly was an option that never really, it was, I guess I got to take credit or blame for this, that was never really caught on among folks partly for the reason of, lots of kids are counted on this semester for a chance to raise their GPA. And many of those kids were not students who were considering honors or AP classes. And it would further exacerbate inequality built into the grading systems and the GPAs. And then the fourth option was also, and you can, folks that may not like the name, and I think all of these models have an attempt to be compassionate, and that's one of the things that we care deeply about, was an attempt to acknowledge the difficulty that's associated with the loss of meaningful grades in any sort of manner, and the pain that our students are going through here. And so we'll talk about these as we go forward. Let's go to the next slide. The first one was one about students, families would have the option of choosing a letter grade or no letter grade at some point during the semester. And this is something that some universities have done and some school districts have done. The next slide outlines some of the advantages.
Can I make a comment on this choice as well? Because I think people tend to see this as a good thing, but we have found out from colleges and universities is that most likely they wouldn't recognize a choice. They do require schools to choose one grading system or another. So that was pretty clear from some of the communications that we've gotten back from. So this was one of the reasons that it's not coming forward as even a real option.
Right. So I think we've outlined the advantages and disadvantages, and they're here. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time reading those over. I think one of the issues was the disproportionality between kids who were experiencing difficulties with the pandemic and then kids who weren't, and then they're having to explain that in some sort of a way. The next slide was credit, no credit for all. This is a model that we also looked at advantages and disadvantages here. I think that the board has received quite a bit of feedback from staff on this topic, and frankly from parents, parent leaders, and also from a lot of students who have been affected by the pandemic, who say, this model was so sudden, and my experience has been so difficult with this that I do hope that that the board will choose to go with credit and no credit. The next option here is the credit, no credit model here that I described earlier. You can see the description of this before. We didn't go through and list some advantages and disadvantages, given that it wasn't one that anybody could recommend. And then the last is choice 4. That board's expectation would be that every effort would be made to give students the benefit of the doubt in terms of grades. And it would be a grading policy that would do no harm. And, some people, some of the feedback that I've gotten is that people don't like that language, but anyway, it's a model there. In this model, teachers would be given some direction about considerations to take into account as they gave grades for students. There would be straight A, B's, and C's, no credit or an incomplete. And while we're talking about no credit, I think one of the pieces that ties into some of the comments that were made by the board earlier in terms of items that you'd like to see is we don't anticipate giving kids failing grades at this point. And no credit would be a transitional grade that students could use the summer, next semester, or another time to make up so that they would, in fact, we would see, the goal would be to see every kid earn credit. But if you read the attachment, you'd see that the vast majority of students would receive A grades. There's a list here of the advantages and disadvantages again on this topic for your consideration, so I won't read those over to you. Slide 22 is regarding the options that we think have the most merit for the board to consider. Those are the credit, no credit, and the grades with compassion. Those are options 2 and 4. I'm well aware that most staff members, and those are people who I respect and admire, and who are the people in the position of having to implement whatever comes out of tonight, have been virtually unanimous in their view that credit, no credit is their choice for a variety of reasons, that some of which the board members have read, and I'm sure we'll have some speakers on that topic. But I think those are the two that I think have the most merit. I was the author of what is it called? Grades with Compassion. As I have listened to teachers go through this, I think they've made some persuasive arguments that move me to sort of I was involved in all 4 of these proposals as I and other people have searched for a place where we can reach consensus. But as I look at this is a hard decision. I think that as the board considers it, you should listen to staff views very carefully on this topic. But I know I speak for everyone here that whatever the board decides, teachers are going to keep teaching. We're going to keep expecting students to get after it in terms of learning, fully understanding that they have to go, they're dealing with a lot of things as our staff, but this pandemic is going to end, and knowing things, being wise, being educated is going to have more and more currency in this world. And so I don't think there's a method here that provides maximum motivation, and I'm not sure motivation is the most important thing, but I do think that we are going to see the end of this time, and learning and knowledge and wisdom is going to be really important thing as we go forward. So what's going to happen is tonight, this item is, staff's done work. Now the board has to provide us direction on a grading system. We'll all I think the teachers, the staff members will take the will of the board, because that's the way the system works. We will come back in May if you want the boards to, if the board requests that. I think it would be a pro forma wording kind of thing. I think we'll have enough direction tonight to give staff as they move forward. We're going to use Monday to assist staff in creating this, and then we'll present a report in June with the findings from our experience, as well as the feedback that we got on the regular agenda about an agenda item that the board would like to see. So with that, I'm going to end the staff presentation. We're happy to answer questions and move on to the rest of this item.
Before we answer questions, I just want to go over, I don't know if board members look at the chat or not, and I would say you don't have to. Many of the chats were opinions, questions, and so forth. If you entered into the chat, I will call you to speak and I will unmute you. That was the one question I answered. One of the participants, attendees asked, will I be unmuted when it's my turn to speak? And of course you will. But I will call you. All I will say is those of you who made comments or asked questions, I will not read the comments or ask the question unless it's my own personal question too. Also, when it's my turn to ask a question, I won't read them into the record. I'm not reading any of the emails into the record. If you want your question in the record, your comment in the record, when I call your name, you need to say it. That's all I'm going to say. And now I'm going to go over the number of names I have. And I know.
You know what, Mark?
Yeah.
Mark, can I just, one thing that, going back to the presentation that is missing that I think the public should be aware of. If Julia or Dr. Skelly could go into this, what process, because I know you've had several meetings about this. Can you just touch on that? Because I think that's important. I know you've come to some conclusions and stuff, but how did we get there? I think that's, I think that's an important aspect.
So Julia,
wait. I want to do, that's your question and you should ask it, but I want to do what I was going to do before that. And that can be part of the questions when we go around, okay? I just want to read off the names I have so these people know they will be called upon, some after your question and any other questions they come. Sophie, and if you don't hear your name and you want to be called upon, email me. Chat me. Sophia Weiler, BHS Junior, David Wisecoff, Richard Lauderdale, Alexander Kirkpatrick, BHS freshman, Arsenio Molina, San Mateo High School teacher, Same Bahu, Joe Slavic, BHS parents, Jessica Chanofsky, Andre Zimmerman, Sunil Kolowald, Abigail Phillips, Hillsdale student, Craig Childress, Ann Reed, Teresa Keener, Sandy Lay, Elon Rosenbaum, Vicky Yim, Darcy Fletchell, Kristen Phillips, Ryan Rosovich, Eva Lee, Ryan, that might be Ryan Rosovich, but someone who signed up as Ryan, Heidi Elgard, Annette Doherty, Carolyn Hogan Way, Isabel Friedman, Jessica Laptop, that's how she signed up, Swati, Hervé Yu, Jen K, El Chiang, KDM Karen Masterson, Oversight Committee Chairperson, Andreas Borey, Scott Stilton, AHS teacher, Aragon teacher, Valerie Tucker Richardson, Adia Kishore, Ilya Kripilani, V, Jason Clutter, Christine Murad Haron, Christine Fagod, Michael Pombuth, Diane Pombuth, Diane Kim, Shan Robinson, and there's just a couple more here. Marlene Charles, and one more just came in, Pauline. Okay, Greg, ask your question now.
So I guess mine's more about an extension of the presentation. I think that, you know, the staff put a lot of work into this, and I know the backstory a little bit, and I think the public needs to be aware of the meetings that was had by staff to bring us to these conclusions and to bring us these recommendations. So I hope we can touch on that a little bit with Julia or Dr. Skelly.
Yeah, so I've asked Julia to go first here.
Sure. So when we first heard the rumblings of the pandemic, I think we started talking about how we were going to deal with this. And one of the first questions that came up was around grading. And then in the first week of the closure, you know, we started talking about it. We started considering different ideas. We did look at, for example, for a while there, and we even had mentioned it at one of the board meetings, that we were considering choice, and maybe that was the way to go, because we had heard some universities going that way. And we'd also seen Palo Alto's move towards credit, no credit. And we started taking all of that into consideration and meeting both in leadership meetings, and then we were bringing our teacher leaders together to talk about this. At the same time, we were trying to assess really like how well is the remote learning experience going. That's when we sent out those surveys and began to get some understanding of how the experience was landing with students, parents, and our staff. And I did see in the chat, so I'll address it here because it is part of the process that we used. The surveys went out through Dr. Skelly's information out to staff. And so through those, through that data, we began to notice there were several students having access problems. We also simultaneously began to realize we had hundreds of students without technology access. And that we began to having to address, and it probably took us up until last week to feel like we really addressed all of the technology needs of students. And I bring that up, and it's relevant because all of those students didn't have access to anything that was happening necessarily up to that point in time. So again, through this process, we identified the 4 choices that came before you. And those were debated several times, both with our teacher leader group and understanding their perspective. And then we brought it to leadership and talked about it. Through all of that and through all of the data, I would say, you know, we had a significant move towards a credit, no credit option. And Dr. Scully's already alluded to this, that as staff and so including leadership and our teacher leaders reluctantly came to the conclusion that we didn't really know what else would be appropriate to serve our students beyond going to credit, no credit. And, you know, and I think in response to the feedback that we got from families and their concern around it, you know, we started considering like, what else can we do here? How else can we serve families to make sure that they get, you know, because there was such a desire to get the grades there. So that, I mean, there was.
Yeah, let me just add a couple of things to what Julia said. We have sent, I've sent an email to staff every single day during this time, both for my own sanity and hopefully it's been tonic for their days, and then tried to send out emails to parents and families throughout this process. And those emails, the comments back to us have continually pushed for an iterative process where we've looked at things, where we've gotten feedback. The principals, we meet twice a week to talk about how things are going, what are the items on the agenda, and they're an invaluable source of information and sort of perspective, because they're meeting with their staffs virtually at least once a week, and certainly talking to teachers all the time, and then monitoring what's going on Canvas and other pieces. And then Julia and Brian are meeting with teacher leaders, curricular leaders, talking to various folks as we go through this process. I have to say that I think that our job is to continually look for a model that is better, to look at, what have other folks said and how can we improve on that. We talked early on when we shared the credit, no credit, that it was the least bad of a bunch of bad options. And so that's not exactly what you want to bring to a board or to a community. But the attempt is to try to do something better. And I think certainly from most of the staff perspective, we keep coming back to that credit, no credit option.
Another question, Linda, you want to ask a question? Greg, do you want to ask another question? You can.
No, that's fine.
Linda, would you like to ask a question? Unmute yourself if you would.
I just unmuted, but I have like some comments that I want to make. So I think maybe I should wait for that time.
Yes, that's for our debate.
Yes.
Peter,
oh, you know what? Let's go back a second because Julia mentioned universities that had said that they would not. I know they would not look at credit, no credit, or they would look differently at students who had that if we also had grades. I'm not clear. I would like to hear who are these universities?
Good question. Julia?
Yes, so we've had some communications that if we go with kind of a bifurcated grading system, that it would be really difficult to have a credit count as kind of an A to G to validate A to G in the same way. So if we go credit, no credit, full on, it will validate students' A to G courses. If some students had grades and then I choose credit as a student that, I make that choice to have a credit, it would be difficult for the universities to validate that as an A to G course. And an A to G course is what a student needs in order to meet the requirements of the universities. And so it would be difficult for us to explain that in our school profiles, that we had this system where here's the A through B, C, A through F system, and then some kids took credit and they still should have A to G, honored in that respect. So student choosing credit would automatically be put on a lower level than other students. And so it makes it really difficult for us to say, okay, student, if you're encountering some major obstacles in which we know students are, and some of our high performing students are encountering some obstacles, they would be pressured to do grades and probably, have some fallout from that. And so.
Okay, I'm still not.
Brian, do you want to add anything to that explanation?
Sure, quickly. I mean, I think there was a specific question of, oh, sorry.
Yeah, my question's not answered, and I don't want to be offensive, but I think the explanation's a bit illogical because that says that they're looking at everyone in one big lump. And my understanding is that when a student applies for admission to a university, they're individually looked at, and then they provide everything that they want the university to see. So I'm a little confused on that, but could you just tell us who are these universities?
That's my question. Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So quickly, I would just quickly add that, so the universities are not monolithic, as you well know, right? So we tend to take a lot of our guidance from the UC CSU system, since those are the primary colleges to which our students apply and ultimately go. And so those colleges, which have a separate set of rules from Stanford and Harvard or whatever university anywhere else in the country, they all use this same concept of using the context of the specific school, because they know that all high schools have a very different set of options, right? That every high school has a different slate of classes that it offers. So you can't compare a student who has no AP classes in their school to a student who has lots of AP classes in their school. So as a consequence, one of the primary factors that's used in determining where students profiles are this thing that the school profile that Julia described. That is used by the UC system in particular. I notice in the chat there's a variety of folks who have concerns about the UC system and the kind of relationship of that to the other systems. But in general, we've heard from the most prestigious universities in the country to the least prestigious universities, the sort of more general universities in the country, and they've all indicated that as long as a school district explains the context that they've set up for their students, there will be no harm done to those students. And because they all know that all students are in all kinds of circumstances.
I think Linda asked, who did you speak to? I mean, is this from reading on the internet, or did you speak to universities?
So the UCs were the universities that we specifically spoke to, the UC Office of the President in particular. And then we've read, I mean, all these universities have been very public about all of their pronouncements about this. There's an FAQ on literally every college's admission page you can go to read how they're going to interpret this spring.
So Columbia, Harvard, and some others are ones that we looked at specifically on what they released, and we're happy to put those announcements on our website and link to them. So there are several universities that have put up one that they are accepting, ones that are not in the California, because there's districts across the United States that are going credit, no credit. But they're also saying they're accepting credit, no credit as a acceptable grade during the spring 2020 semester, and that it would validate courses. The other thing that I just want to make sure is clear, because I know this is confusing, is that if we did a bifurcated system, students, the reason that would be looked at is because it's within the local context of the school. So if our schools do ABC, credit, no credit, that would be the context that we're setting up for the students.
Okay.
Sorry, we did also reach out to the CSUs. I did miss that. We did reach out to the CSUs and did get confirmation via email from the CSUs about this as well.
Good. That was just a question.
Mark, I didn't
Sorry,
hear you.
Linda.
Okay, I'm going to reserve. I don't want to get into an argument with anyone, so I'll just kind of wait this out.
I understand. So, Peter, do you have questions?
Yeah, I just want to follow up a little bit on this college issue, because it seems to me that given what is a really chaotic situation in most of the United States right now, with schools being closed, at least school buildings being closed, and the vast variance in abilities of schools to provide virtual learning or online learning to students. It seems to me that colleges are almost going to set aside spring 2020, what's on transcripts in spring 2020. They're just going to, it seems to me they're just going to set it aside almost. I mean, they may take the credits, but in terms of looking at student achievement, I mean, even if you're assigning grades, I don't see that anybody can be thinking that grades are equivalent to what grades were in spring of 2019 or even fall of 2019. I mean, you're not doing science labs. You're not doing, CTE courses in the same way. You're not doing any range of courses in the same way. Is that, I mean, what's Julia, how are you thinking about that, is how colleges would be looking at this generally as you're thinking about this broadly? That it seems to me they would just be kind of setting this aside and taking it as an aberration, and they'll take the credits, but they're not going to be making big judgments about the quality of the student based on spring semester 2020.
I mean, all of the things that have been released and in our direct communication with the schools, they're setting aside, and I'll clarify, this is for spring semester 2020, they're setting aside this semester as an anomaly. And they're saying they'll accept whatever courses the local school, however the grading system the local school district sets forward. And so, yes, your assessment there is right. And it isn't, I know people don't want us to just focus on UCs and CSUs. So we have been looking at other universities across the United States, and it's the same kind of messages coming out. Most of those universities themselves, as you know, have also gone to either remote learning or nothing at all. They might have just dismissed their students. So like I said, we are happy to pull information from schools and universities across the United States to kind of show that universal message that we're hearing come out.
Could I just add one comment maybe to Julia's?
I wanted to follow that up with a question. I read what UC said, and did I read this correct? Because what I read in UC's release was if you got credit, no credit, they wouldn't include that in your GPA calculation, but they'd give you credit for the course. However, if you were given a grade, they would include it in your GPA calculation. Isn't that what the UC said?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. To be clear.
Yes.
So let me just add something to this that I think is that still on your transcript is the fact that you challenged yourself with the whatever classes you did. So the A college will know that you took harder classes, you challenged yourself your junior year, all those things. I'm not saying that's enough to, I mean, if I was a junior, this was my semester, but you still are seeing what's on the kid's transcript about the course taking patterns that the student is engaged in.
We've got a lot of people who want to speak, a lot more now. So based on this, so quick questions, any more, Peter?
No, that was my question.
It's double what I read before, and I'm going to call on everyone because that's the law. Bob, do you have any questions?
Just, I thought we were talking about process here. A question, there were two surveys. One sounded like it was an official district sanction, and there was a second one that was performed by a counselor that had to do with more of the demographics. Was that commissioned and was that official, or is that just somebody who was curious about the circumstances?
No, it wasn't. The counselor survey was just anecdotal, and it was somebody who had asked those questions to get a feel for their kids. But I thought it was interesting enough to include here.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question before we go to comments. You made the comment that many districts are going to credit, no credit. Yet I keep reading about all these large districts with lots of disadvantaged students that are keeping grades. Los Angeles, San Diego, Jefferson in our county, also San Francisco doing some version of what Kevin calls the compassionate grading. I'm just wondering how you support that.
Mark, what do you mean when you say, how do you support that?
How do you support the comment that a lot of districts are going to credit, no credit?
Well, I think yes, there are some large districts. Districts are all over the place on this. You don't have any consistency.
But I agree with that. I agree with that. Okay. But you didn't say that in your presentation, but that's fine. That's just a point of clarification. Okay, I'm going to try to take the comments now. I will unmute you if I can get to attendees. It's not even like I cannot get to attendees.
You have to give people.
Oh, I got attendees. Okay, first is Sophia Weiler. Please be brief There's probably about close to 100 you who want to speak. You don't have to speak. You can just tell me when I unmute you. You can talk now, Sophia. That's wrong. It moved on me. My computer, I'm sorry, Sophia.
Whatever names pop up here.
Yeah, the names move all around. Sophia Weiler is gone. She hung up.
Hi.
David.
There she is.
Oh, there you are. Speak, Sophia.
Hi, Mr. Skelly, members of the board. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share my opinion. I am in support of grades with compassion and would like this on the record. As my name was read, I had multiple students text me and say that they also supported this and appreciate that I am speaking out as like one of the voices of the students. And I'd like to bring into light one of the things is that while we're not penalized for not having grades, it's also we're not being able to be differentiated amongst other students across the country. And the main thing you guys were taking into account was UC schools, which are only 9 of the 1,000 schools in the country. And the decision of credit, no credit makes everyone on a similar standard and essentially raises students who are low performing to the same standard as students who put 10 times the amount of work and especially into more difficult APs. And so, like, especially with SATs being put aside, grades are one of the more differentiating like issues that colleges will take into account for academics. So I just like to say, like, at the end of this, if we do have credit, no credit with high grades and standings and 97s in most of my classes and many other students who are similarly very well off with their grades, what motivation do we have to continue working for the end of the school year?
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Rachel Lauder. Keeps moving you. Rachel Lauderdale, you can speak now. I was going to call on David Weiskopf, but I can't find him. I'll still look for him.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Rachel Lauderdale. I'm the Teacher Association's treasurer, a building president, and teacher at Hillsdale High School. I'd like to point out that in addition to the 500 people in this Zoom meeting, there are many members who might like to make comments watching the live stream on YouTube. And I also appreciate you reading the hundreds of emails from the community, but I think it's really important for the whole community, including especially parents, to hear what teachers and staff members think. As Julia expressed, teachers, admin, and district leaders met for many hours to discuss grading options. We should trust the thoughtful and thorough work of this group of professionals who decided that credit, no credit is the best option. This global pandemic only illuminates and exacerbates the vast inequalities of our community. If we as a district truly care and fight for equity as we proclaim to do, then the credit, no credit grading policy is our only choice. It is the only choice that is the fairest for the majority of our students. It prevents unfair and unreasonable grade inflation. It prevents the complicated and almost impossible endeavor to learn every student's personal situation and hardship. We have many students who are afraid to let anyone know the hardships of their family because they fear it will lead to deportations and other repercussions. We cannot force families to divulge private information just to provide them with a letter grade that is not based in content knowledge or skill level. Additionally, it prevents us from solely listening to the family members of students who have the power and privilege to express their concerns. Credit, no credit allows for students to have a level playing field and to uphold their privacy during this traumatic time. It allows teachers to decide what credit looks like in their own classrooms. And quite frankly, there's no way to fairly give a letter grade during this time. It would simply be unfair to students and teachers. Our students are extremely stressed. In addition to the challenges Brian mentioned in the presentation, they have many other, frankly, more important things going on that they should focus on. We have students who live with 17 people in 2-bedroom apartments. We have students who have sick family members. We have students who are now the family's primary caregiver and breadwinner. We have students who still don't have access to technology and Wi-Fi. Our students deserve the most equitable and fair option. As an association, we surveyed our members and had 367 responses. 80% of the respondents support a credit, no credit option. 20% support the hybrid option and the grades with compassion option. We should follow the lead of districts like Sequoia, Palo Alto, and Milpitas who've already decided to go to credit, no credit option and choose what's most fair for the students and teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Weisskopf.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll try to be brief and respectful. First, I wanted to thank everybody. It's clear this is a difficult issue and everyone has spent a lot of time thinking about it. The prism that I come through this is the following. First, our first and most important goal is satisfying the needs of our students. And by students, I mean all of our students. We saw a presentation about a segment of our students that are challenged, and I don't dispute any of those facts, but there is a equal size segment of students who want to challenge themselves academically. And I believe fundamentally in not pushing a one size fits all solution. We have to be smart enough to come up with a creative solution that recognizes everyone's circumstance and gives them choice. I'm looking at a group of very, very bright people, a lot of experience, some compensated very well, who I think can come up with a very good solution. I have 2 kids in college. Both of them have the choice option, pass, no pass, or grade. And one of them is at the UC school, and they give them that choice. We've also been told that the SAT doesn't count necessarily, but you can take it and it will be factored in. And I think we should be a district that leads and provides an option for all of our kids to excel, whether they're going public, private, and allows that flexibility. I think to do anything else we're mandating a one size fits all solution. And I think people here are smart enough to create a creative solution that gives people choices. It can be any kind of grading option. I'd be flexible on that, but to force a one size solution is, in my opinion, the wrong way to go. I think you can see by the size of people here, I've talked to hundreds of parents and kids who feel very strongly that they want that choice. So I would beg the group here, you're smart, let's come up with a creative solution that gives everybody a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alexandra Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, hi. This is Alex Kirkpatrick. I'm a co-department chair of the science department at Burlingame High School. And I just wanted to make a really brief comment. First off, Rachel Lauderdale, what a great comment. Thank you. I totally support what she said. And I also wanted to just point out that we have a lot of students right now whose parents are nurses, they're doctors, they're grocery store workers, and these students are at home alone all day or taking care of younger siblings. And a lot of times these are students that have A's and B's in classes and they're really struggling right now. And maybe they were struggling a little bit before this because they were under a little bit more stress at home. Taking away grades and turning this into a credit, no credit scenario is going to give them the break that they need. And I think that it's really important at this time that we think about all of the possible people that are being impacted right now and how maybe we can give them a little bit of a break at the moment and really ensure that we're understanding this whole picture and thinking about everybody who's doing so much for our community at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Arsenio Molina.
Hi, thank you so much. So this is Arsenio Molina. I'm a freshman parent and a recording secretary for the executive board in San Mateo High School. I know I'm not going to say anything you haven't already heard, but my daughter is a high achieving freshman student with a 3.9 GPA who is also enrolled in college prep, evaluating colleges right now. I'm very aware of her grades and what they will mean for her in the future. But she's chosen to advocate for the underrepresented. And so she wanted me to read her words. She's really shy. She wrote, I think credit and no credit is fair. I will continue to learn as much as I can and do my best because it's not an easy time to learn. My transcripts will speak for me. When I start applying for colleges, I might have to explain what happened in 2020, but I agree I won't be the only one. Every state is affected by the COVID. So I can imagine the colleges will have something in place. So it will most likely be a non-issue. Credit, no credit will help the kids who are struggling to learn at home. And I have what I need every day. Not all kids do. So it's not fair to those who are learning who are not learning at their true capacity. And none of us are due to something that's not in our control. And as a parent, I personally agree with my daughter. If we do not choose credit, no credit for all students, we've failed our underrepresented minority students who make up a large part of our community. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Okay, next, Samar Bahu.
Hello?
Yes, go on.
Hi, I am a junior at Hillsdale High School, and I'm advocating for the choice option. I'm a very high achieving student. I've been working hard this whole semester, and as a second semester junior, I've been spending countless of hours outside of school working my butt off in the 4 AP classes I've been in. I know a lot of students who believe that we should be given a choice whether we should take credit, no credit, or be given a grade. As mentioned by Julia, she did mention that the UCs will take into account of grades that are given into our GPA. And so I did some calculations to my GPA, and this semester will raise my GPA with the grades I currently have, and to switch that to credit, no credit, that will bring down my GPA of what it would usually be if I did get grades right now. And some of the colleges I am applying to have not come out about this issue, and I really hope that they do take into account credit or no credit, but based on the time that we have, they have not given us an current option to, like, they're still taking into account grades, and that will not look competitive as a student at Hillsdale compared to other students that are applying to these private colleges. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and thank you for making this difficult decision for us.
Okay, thanks. Next, Joe Slavitt signed up, but I can't find him. Message me with your sign-in name and I'll get to you. But now we'll go to Jessica Tanofsky.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm a student at Burlingame High School. And as a hardworking student, I've made so many numerous sacrifices to maintain good grades. It would honestly just be unfair to remove my hard work and so many of my classmates. That said, I know that the board is making this decision in order to choose an option that is more equitable to all students in the district. However, you've done incredible work in making it as equitable as it can be. There are hotspots and Chromebooks provided to all those who don't have it. And grades are a reflection of people's hard work, and grades are compensation and incentive for people to work hard. It would be unfair to remove it to so many students. However, for those who feel that their circumstance prevents their success, colleges have always accepted it an explanation for a difficult situation. If students have it, they should state it. This opportunity always existed and they should use it. But there's no need to take away grades for this. People should be given choices, but students should have the opportunity to differentiate themselves. I would like to request for the board to make this choice, definitely not credit, no credit, but if this is necessary, to make it optional. At this point in the year, it'd be unfair to remove grades for students who put in the work into them, and will remove any incentive for people to work hard. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Andres, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everyone. I am a senior at Aragon High School. Honorable members of the board. In times of crisis like this, it is essential that the district focuses on the needs of its most underprivileged students. Students still have to work to support their families. Students have to take care of younger siblings. Students have to take care of ill relatives. Underprivileged students and families often don't get to participate in events like this because of language obligations, because of language barriers and other obligations, and therefore I would like to speak on their behalf. Given the highly unusual nature of the situation, it is simply impossible to expect most of these students, as well as large portions of the student body, to be able to fully perform to the regular academic standards. And therefore, credit, no credit is the only solution in this situation that will be fair to everyone and assist our underprivileged students. Thank you very much. I yield to the chair.
Thank you. Sunil Kalawal.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks to the board and also to the staff for all the work you've put in. I really appreciate every bit of effort that you've put into this really complicated issue. I just wanted to add that while the arguments on all sides of this issue are profound and quite reasonable, I think if we just highlight compassion at the top of this as an elementary focus, we'll be okay. If we have compassion for teachers so that we don't expect them to render rigorous grades as if this catastrophe had not come upon us all, they'll be okay. And if we do not force students, all of them, to compete for grades under circumstances that are inherently inequitable, then those students will be okay. If we can achieve that and still advocate for that population of students that is striving to achieve, then those students will also be okay. And I think that taking an easy approach to this will leave that last population out. Most notably, there are undocumented students, there are students of color, there are students without economic benefits who are among those most highly achieving students. And those students will have a double whammy if we take this approach, because they will lose academically and they will still be dealing with all of the hardships that we know this pandemic is causing. I'm being pulled into the hospital more as a physician now than I ever have been. And I think that everybody is dealing with harder work days and more difficult endeavors in the context of what's going on. But we can't shy away from that difficulty. We have to embrace it, and we have to realize that we can provide what's needed for a diverse student body across the district while rendering compassion across the board. So I support a compassionate approach rather than a one-size-fits-all strategy based on those reasons. Thank you very much.
Okay, just want to make clear, I'm only about 1/6 the way through. You don't need, I have all the names who messaged me in the chat, and I will get to you. Please be brief. Even though I can't find Abigail Phillips, who's next on my list. If you want to speak, Abigail, please message me because I see lots of Abbies and so forth, but I'm not sure who you are. But so for there, in the interim, I'll go to Craig Childress, who's next on the list.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thanks for allowing everyone to speak tonight. I think it's really important to hear everyone's voice. I just first want to comment on Dr. Skelly and Dr. Kempke's description of the process. Trustee Land asked how this all went down, and I think it's really telling that the various groups in the district collaborated and really deliberated and discussed what the best option was. And as you all know, from the April 2nd and April 3rd messages from Dr. Skelly, we moved towards a credit, no credit option. I think that it's important to mention that, you know, a couple of people have mentioned some ideas why credit, no credit is deficient in terms of a grading policy in the district and for students who may have been working hard and may have been working their tails off, as Sammer from Hillsdale said. I just want to recognize and piggyback on some of the other comments that, you know, there are a lot of kids who work their tails off during the school year and during normal face-to-face education, and they don't have that opportunity now. And because of that, I think it's really important to recognize that it isn't a one-size-fits-all, as Mr. Weisskopf said, about you know, how we apply our grading system. But grades inherently are a one-size-fits-all. They're an incremental metric of some type of measurement for learning. And there's no way that we can assign grades this semester in a way that is meaningful to indicate what students have done compared to any other semester. We're in different times or new times or a new place, as I think Trustee Dwyer said last meeting. I think it's important to recognize also that the GPA difference between credit, no credit and grades this semester is not going to make a numerically different outcome for any student who's applying to post-secondary study. Any college, any admissions office that's worth anything is going to make a judgment based on the criteria, based on the context in which these grades or credit, no credit have been given.
You're over 2 minutes. Could you try to wrap up, please?
I'll wrap up. The last thing I'll say is, from a teaching standpoint, we did survey our members, and Rachel was poignant enough to share some of the comments that the teachers made and the support for credit, no credit versus grades 80 to 20 respectively. I also want to say that when you think about the struggles that students and teachers are having in this situation, you know, we're all trying our best to do our best teaching and our best learning, but this is not our best teaching, and this is not going to be our best learning, because we're in a very challenging environment. And I think that calls for a significant reflection on how we're going to apply assessment this semester. So I hope you make the right decision.
Thanks. Abby, I found you. Please speak.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Good evening, everyone. I am Abigail Phillips, an 11th grader from Hillsdale High School. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to be able to speak. I understand situations may be difficult, and I know we need to be sensitive. I stand with either the choice 1 option or the credit plus choice 3 option. I believe they would be the most inclusive. I am in several challenging AP classes, and I know several others are as well, and we'd very much appreciate that differentiation. I believe compassion grades would push kids to not study as much, as less of a reward or incentive. I know the decision that the board will make will be excellent. Times are not easy. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Thank you, board members. Have a wonderful evening.
As we keep going, remember, the points have been made. You can just state where you stand and who you are. Anne Reed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Anne Ree, and I am the San Mateo High School PTO president. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the teachers, staff, administrators, and board members. As parents, we are well aware of all the hard work you put in during this very difficult time. As PTO president, I have worked closely with virtually all members of our high school, teachers, administrators, students, and other parent groups from our diverse community. I reached out and been approached by numerous parents regarding the issue of grades versus credit, no credit for the spring semester. I have heard from several parents that are adamantly for keeping letter grades. The majority of parents I've talked to feel that credit, no credit is the best and fairest option for spring semester. Personally, I feel that credit, no credit is the best option for all the reasons outlined by Dr. Skelly. The most compelling reason to me for credit, no credit is that it is what the teachers think is best. Dr. Skelly has informed us that our teachers as a group are overwhelmingly in favor of credit, no credit. No one knows our students better than our teachers. No one understands the challenges, the inequities, and the struggles of our students better than their teachers. And no one understands the difficulties or even impossibilities of fairly assigning grades during this tough time better than our teachers. If they feel that credit, no credit is the best option, I feel that we must defer to them. And as an aside, I actually listened in on the 4-hour Sequoia Union High School District discussion last night. I don't know if anybody else did, but they actually eliminated the option of the bifurcated system of choice of the choice of credit, no credit versus grades. They eliminated that option for the same reasons that Ms. Kemke had enumerated. The fact that it's not really a choice because students will be forced to choose the grades option if credit, no credit, and grades is an option, because if they don't choose the grades option, then they will be perceived as either being lazy or if they're
Okay, we're coming on 2 minutes again.
Okay, so let me just wrap up that the assistant superintendent at Sequoia Union High School District said she had talked to Harvard University, and they specifically said that students will not be penalized for credit, no credit yet only if that is their only choice. So if they had the choice of grades and they chose credit, not credit, they cannot guarantee that they will not be penalized. So thank you very much.
Teresa Keener. Are you there, Teresa? You're muted. Try again, Teresa.
Hi, this is Trisha Keener.
Trisha, I'm sorry.
Hi, that's okay. Yeah, thank you to the board. My grade question was answered. I do have a question that maybe I should hold to the next board meeting, but I was curious about the graduation, and I don't know if tonight's the night to ask that, but if there's committees formed at all for brainstorming ideas for graduation and how that might happen for the seniors. Thank
That's
you.
the next meeting. We definitely are interested in that subject. We got to get through this one first. We're definitely interested in it.
Sandy Lai.
Hi, this is Sandy Lai. I am a parent of 2 students at San Mateo High School. And while I have my own opinions about the no credit versus grades, I'll leave that to myself. My question is more immediate and it's really about the teaching. Because right now my freshman daughter is not getting much teaching at all from her teachers, from her classes. It's really a lot of self assignments and she's just doing it on her own pretty much. Versus my son, who is a junior, he actually is in middle college and he is going on Zoom with his middle college teachers. I'm wondering, what plans do you have in terms of actual, teaching instruction? What are the teachers being told, or is there some baseline that they have to do, or maybe even just check in with their students if it's not an actual instruction time, but just to check in with their students just to see how they're doing? That's my one big question, because I do have a lot of parents and students who are asking about that, like when are they going to have actual instruction again, or just have some touch base with their teachers outside of office hours. My other question, which hopefully will be answered quickly, is what does it actually mean to be credit versus no credit? Like, how does a teacher quantify if a student passes as a credit versus no credit? Thank you.
Okay. The first question can be answered in an email at a further time, right, Kevin?
Yeah, I certainly encourage the parent to contact me directly and we'll work on that topic.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to address the second question or just move on.
Oh, so the second question was about—
how do you decide between credit and no credit?
Yeah, I think that's going to be something a teacher's going to have to do. And I think certainly we'll have a lower number of no credits than we would Fs. But I also want to I know teachers want to make sure that if a student is not ready yet to move on to the next level of a subject, that we have a responsibility, and they see that as a responsibility, to make sure that the student gets the support they need to be ready to go to the next class in the sequence.
Okay, next, Elon Rosenbaum. Elon,
can you hear me?
Yeah, speak a little louder though.
Okay.
Good.
So, my name is Elon Rosenbaum. I'm a junior at Burlingame High School, and I'm in favor of either keeping grades or getting the option. My first reason is because of college GPA requirements. So even though pass-fail may not be a negative on a transcript, many colleges have minimum GPAs that they will accept. And a student like me who's consistently improved his grades, I need a second semester straight A's on my transcript to meet that minimum grade requirement for a lot of the schools I want to apply early acceptance to. The second thing is I've been working really hard to keep my grades where they are before this happened and even during. I have a lot of classes that have been assigning a ton of work that I do a lot of research on my own, and I've done that work. And to have it all taken away from me because you guys moved to pass fail seems very unfair. And then my last point is, for some of my classes, I mathematically can't fail. So if you move to pass fail, I have no reason to ever do any work for the rest of the semester, including the final, because I literally can't fail the class. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Vicky Yim.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for taking our comments and questions. I'm the parent of a junior, And if we go credit, no credit, and the student maintains their fall 2019 GPA, what should a student do if she has failed a class in fall and wanted to make up for that credit this summer? Is there that opportunity?
We hope so. We want, even if we don't have summer school in person, we want to provide opportunities for kids to make up this work. It's crucial for the reason you gave, as well as the kids to go to the next sequence.
Will you be providing more information on how she can go about doing that?
Yes, indeed. And if you contact me, I'll make sure I personally follow. We personally follow up.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have many more people who signed up to speak, so please be brief. Darcy Fletchall.
Hi, this is Mark Silva with Darcy Fletchall. We're parents of a high school junior who is adamantly in favor of the grades plus credit, no credit option. We'd like to have this on record, please. We've heard a number of people with pretty sketchy, maybe even hearsay-like data being presented, a counselor that did an anecdotal survey, et cetera. I don't know if anybody here is accomplished enough at Zoom, but they have an instant polling option, and we probably have another hour here, so someone can figure this out. It would be outstanding to put a poll with those 4 options in front of us and see physically and enter into the record what the data says about how people are actually feeling about the 4 options that were presented. With all due respect, Dr. Skelly, when you were presenting, you glossed over the very first option and you went in depth on the other 3 with the fourth one, the compassionate grading. Beautiful idea, but really a straw man to this entire process. It's unfortunate you presented that data that way because in fact, you were making so many good points early on with the pros and cons of the other options that are there. We understand this is a complex issue. However, we sit in Silicon Valley. We're using technology to solve a lot of these problems. And what was called a complex problem of credit, no credit, or grading with too much complexity is easily figured out through technology and through the resources that we have. There are a lot of smart people here. I'd like to see that applied in this process.
Thank you. I got to tell you, though, that we're governed by the Brown Act. And just because someone shows up, we should, you know, we will listen to every comment. I don't think it's legal under the Brown Act to take a poll of that.
To do the polling?
Right.
Why is it, you entered it
I
also?
just don't think it's legal because the Brown Act doesn't say we take a vote of people in the audience.
It's not a vote, it's a poll. It would be just like the data that Dr. Skelly just presented, which was even flimsier and less reliable in terms of numerical, right?
I'm not disagreeing with you about his version of data. I'll leave it up to the board when we get to board discussion. If they want to poll, maybe we'll do it then. Kristen Phillips. Kristen, you're muted. Let me try to, you have to unmute yourself. I'm trying to unmute you. Are you there, Kristen? Unmute yourself, please. Kristen, I can't unmute you. Somehow you don't have the ability to talk, so we're going to move on. I'll come back to you if you can figure it out later. Ryan, are you Ryan Rosovich? Again, I can't unmute you. Ryan? Okay, I'm having trouble. How about Eva Lee? You're open. You can speak.
Thank you, dear honorable board members. I am Eva Lee, and I have a junior at Aragon. And, you know, kids work really hard to earn the grades, and this is more than half the semester way already. They work hard and they still continue to work hard. I don't believe there's something one size fits all. I believe that they should have a choice to choose. And I support choice 1, that the the grading system because if we don't give the kids a grade, they will not motivated to do any more work. My son literally can pass the class without doing any more work. And I want him to continue to work hard. And I also support your mission statement, that your mission statement says that the kids need to be highly motivated. It's essential to reach their potential, and high expectation yields high result. So we do have high expectation for our kids. I don't want them to give up because they feel like it's no more grades giving. So you guys are really intelligent and caring group of people. That's why you're still there and giving us a chance to speak up. I believe that you guys can make the good decision for our children and for their future. And also many times you mentioned about UC is looking at it, pass, no pass. As an educator myself, passing means a D or better. The transcript will look at it as a D or better grade. Even the kids works hard to accelerate and try to get A's and B's, and it will look at as a D's. It's passing. That I want you guys to consider that. And like I say again, that you guys are really intelligent and you're really caring group of people. I will put the kids in your hand. I know that you guys will make the best decision for them. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to move to Annette Doherty. Please, I'm trying to unmute you. Again, it's not letting me. Annette, please unmute yourself. There you go. Speak.
Hi, my name is Annette Doherty. Thank you for being here. I have two students at Burlingame High School, a sophomore and a senior. And I can tell you right now, and I know that all the parents I've talked to, it's hard enough to get our kids to go to bed before 2 a.m. If you take away grading, it's over, game off. So both of my kids could literally not log in again, and they would finish their classes and pass. I think for my son, who's in an AP class, to take away the opportunity to earn the grade would be really dismal. And it's a total disservice to the students who have been working very hard and continue to do so at home. I know there have been several offers for Chrome units and Wi-Fi hotspots. I know that Xfinity and other brands are offering free improved internet and unlimited internet at no additional charge until the end of May. And I feel like to every student that has spoken so far, and maybe you're keeping a tally, but every student has recommended the option of grading or the choice of pass, no pass. And I understand how that would be difficult because it would force the kids to make a choice, but they are making choices right now. So when they wake up to get online or to do their homework or to read that book, that is a choice. And taking that away by just saying you could show up or not, because really pass, no pass is whether you show up or not. Doesn't matter what motivation you put into the work. And for, both my husband and I are still working. We're both in healthcare and first respond positions. So our kids have to manage a lot on their own. And I do think that it would be a huge disservice to the students to not allow that option, or at least give them a grade. There was also, they got out, I believe, March 13th. So the second semester was more than halfway through. So I feel like taking that into consideration as well would be helpful in making this decision. Don't eliminate and just sidetrack the work that has been done. But I do hope that you take those factors into consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try Kristen Phillips again. You're on there, but you're not unmuting. You don't want to talk. Your last chance. And Ryan, do you want to speak? Okay, you're all going to be gone. Isabel Bushman. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just want to say that I concur with all these people that the credit, no credit. I also have, my daughter would have been benefited from having grades, but I just have to look at the
You've dropped off for some reason, Isabel. You're
that it's here tonight. So just please consider that and do the right thing for all our students.
okay. Thank you. Jessica Laptop. You might tell us who you are. You have to, there you go. Jessica. Jessica, please speak. You're unmuted. Jessica,
none of the audience gets video.
Okay, Swati, you can go.
Hi, my name is Sid and I'm a sophomore at San Mateo High School. And I just want to point out and maybe ask a credit, no credit option. People argue that it's serving the underserved by relaxing grades. But how are you, the teachers still have to look over assignments and grade them. So how are you relaxing grading or even relaxing the workload if you're still making students turn things in? I'd also like to point out that if like we've been in school already for a while now, and a lot of the grades have been pretty much set in stone. And by now we have a pretty good average of what we've done so far. And wiping all that away doesn't really serve everyone the best.
Thank you, Sid. Jessica, laptop, you can try one more time. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Speak if you have something to say. If not, we'll just move on. Okay, we can't hear you. Hervé, you.
Hi, it's Hervé. I hope that you guys can hear me.
Yes,
Thank you very
we can.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this meeting. Was very informative. My choices is either credit or no credit, or grade with compassion. I will side with the school board, with the teachers and Dr. Kelly. But I wanted also to emphasize that for those students who's taking the AP courses, and I'm receiving every day college board email saying that they are finding way to actually to assess this year, the test, the exam. So I believe that the students who are taking the AP classes, they will be able to shine if they work hard on preparation of their test. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen K. Jen K. Jen K is not working. Unmute yourself. You're next. Okay, not speaking. Li Zhang. Do you wish to speak? You can unmute yourself and speak. I've enabled you to speak. Okay, we're gonna have trouble. No, I gotta find someone else who's next on the list, which is Oversight Committee Chairman. Please introduce yourself, unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, Mark and board. Thank you for having me and listening to these comments.
Why don't you tell us your name?
Sean McCall. I'm a parent of 2 Burlingame High School students. And I wanted to comment on Brian Simmons' slides where he presented the deck. And he talked about the equity of the students and about the percentages he came up with, where about 25% of the people felt like they were really challenged without having the technology or the hardware, or some of the other issues he talked about. But that's a 25% of the school population for the district. So we are basically looking at a credit, no credit for 25%, maybe 35% of the most of the student body of the entire district that might have emergency difficult issues during this time. But then you're going to wipe away all the hard work and the grades the other people, 75%, are vying for. And going to the least common denominator, the least harmful solution is not the solution for the other 75% of the people in this district that would like to vie for grades or at least have some type of credit. I'd like to look at the ability of having families in that situation that have this hardship have the ability to opt out of grades. And those people then would be able to present their grades to the schools they'd like to attend and talk about the hardships they incurred and why they decided to opt out of the grading process. That should not go against them in that case, in that scenario. And the other thing is, people move to this district in the peninsula because of the reputation for the schools. And we have this great high caliber curriculum. We have this varying degree of demographics in our student body. And we could potentially see an exodus if this is the reputation that the San Mateo Union School District decides to take on. Let's go ahead and take the onus of grades from the UC system and the CU system and have it trickle down. They also are doing the grade with the option of taking a credit, no credit. Why can't we replicate that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Time's running out. I'm sorry. Thank you. So where am I? Andreas Bori.
My name is Andras Bori, and I'm the father of a junior at Hillsdale High School who is aspiring to be an aerospace engineer and trying to get into. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're doing fine. We would
And
say something.
He's trying to get into some very competitive programs where the schools have very limited spaces, and for him to get his grades for his AP classes would be an important differentiator, especially that the SAT scores are not going to be taken into account. So I would be in favor of a grading possibility where he could capture the GPA that he would be earning with his hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Scott Stilton. Unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Scott Silton. I've been teaching AP Government at Aragon High School since 2002. I teach all AP and AS classes. I advocate for my students. I think it's beyond crass to hold a student's privilege against them. But in this situation, I think the credit, no credit option is really the only viable one, at least for this semester. I'd like to speak briefly about Kevin and some others have kind of smiled upon the grassroots democracy that this meeting is. I mean, it is grassroots democracy, and it's great to hear all these different voices and perspectives. But there's something that I teach in AP Government about the distinction between trustees and delegates in representation. And the delegate model of representation is kind of what we see in the Congress and polling and responding to the immediate public opinion. But you guys are trustees, and we need you to make the right decision for the students, not the people who showed up to this meeting. We did a survey with the Aragon Outlook. We got almost 400 student responses. And I counseled my journalism students not to report too much of that because we know our sampling is garbage. We know that when we do a sample, we get 5 or 10% Latino responses at a school that's 30% Latino. I don't think I've heard the word cappuccino high school at all this evening. This is not remotely representative of anything, and you need to make a merit-based decision so that we can keep this conversation going, because we might need to have it for next semester and the semester thereafter. And I really do understand not wanting your student to be disadvantaged by a policy inspired by considerations that aren't relevant to every family, but they're relevant to enough of our families that we need to call a timeout on the situation, do credit, no credit for this semester, and keep this conversation moving forward, because I absolutely believe all of the advantaged students and all the AP students are going to get plenty of the differentiation. The idea that socioeconomic opportunity in our society is going to be affected by half of one semester in high school is a really kind of shocking thing. What has happened here has imposed a massive new structural injustice on the entire country, and we need to account for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Valerie Tucker Richardson.
Okay, I'm here. Hello, thank you so much. I thank you, Scott, for that. I'm 100% behind that. I just recognize the credit, no credit is a primary option for the spring 2020 semester. I do believe that the teachers with their wisdom and years of practicing should be the guiding force behind this, at least this semester, along with the UC, CSU policies and guidance from their admission processes being the secondary focus. And then if we have to have another conversation or more polling through the summer to get us through the fall, then I think we wait and do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Next is Aditya Kishore. You can pronounce it for me.
I'm Aditya Kishore. I'm a 10th grader at San Mateo High School. I would have to say that I'm firmly in support of maintaining grades in some fashion over the next few weeks that we have left of our school this year. I think that my primary reason for doing this is that my motivation and that of most other students that I know is based on grades. So like the reason that we get up out of the bed in the morning and we go to school is because we want to have some tactile reward for our work, and grades kind of provide that for us. Furthermore, moving to a credit, no credit system wipes out all the work of students throughout the semester, which I don't think is fair to any of the students who've labored for any reason this semester. And then furthermore, I feel like this plan has gotten relatively meager amounts of student input. So we don't really know how this plan would affect students from their own perspective, if you know what I mean. We're all sitting here debating about the lives of people who don't have a say in this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. V. Who's ever log in is V. You can unmute yourself. I can't. Hello? Sorry. Go on. V? V? Unmute yourself. Because V doesn't want to speak. Jason Clutter, I know you're unmuted.
Hi, thanks for your time. I appreciate the conversation. I just have a couple questions to try to be brief for Dr. Scully. The first one is, I read an article in the San Diego Union Tribune about them using a model whereby they would take people's students' grades as of the point that the school shut down and then give students the opportunity to improve upon those grades or keep the grades that they had at that moment. I'm wondering if that was considered, and if not, why not? Question number two is, you said in your presentation in your final slide that the recommendation was to go with credit, no credit, because most of the school districts were using that model. And I'm be more specific about that. And tell us, was that a national sample or just a California sample? And specifically, what are the numbers? How many schools are going credit, no credit, and how many are not? If you're saying that there's more that are going credit, no credit, I'd love to see that data. And then finally, I just heard on this call someone say that UC is using an optional model where they're allowing students to choose whether to go credit, no credit, or get letter grades. Seems to me if we're using the UC as a example, or if we're looking to UC as not looking at grades this semester, why not use their model for what they're choosing for grading as well? And then I guess I should say, for the record, I'm in favor of giving students an option of continuing to get grades so that they can continue to work hard. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jason. Next is Christina Fayad, F-A-Y, Fayad, I'm sorry. I'm trying to unmute you, Christina. Maybe you can unmute you. You're in the speakers box. She doesn't want to. So Michael Oxmal, you're unmuted and you can speak.
Sorry, Mark, can I get answers to?
You can ask the question and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I can answer it real fast, Mark, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go on, Michael.
I shouldn't have used the term most. I don't know how many are. I'm just seeing more and more districts around us who are going through this debate in ways that are similar to ours, choose to go credit, no credit. But I don't have any data on that. And I think, as others have said, schools are choosing all kinds of different methods here.
Okay, who asked that? Was that you, Michael?
That was Jason.
Jason.
Okay, Michael, do you want to speak? Oxmal?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please speak.
Hello, my name is Michael Oxmal. I'm a father of a junior at Cappuccino High School. I'd like to keep this brief. I think we should keep a credit, no credit system, because you know, our students are in the trenches right now with all this coronavirus happening right now. So yeah, I just think it would be unfair to like all these kids who are fighting so hard for the, you know, to keep the educations alive. So yeah, I'm all for a credit, no credit system. Thank you for your time here.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you know, is this Diane Kim? Diane Kim, if it isn't, please message me. Shannon Robinson, You can unmute yourself. You can speak.
Hi, I have two quick things. One is I'm actually not even clear on how credit, no credit works. And I'm curious if the kids actually.
Oh, I blew that. I cut her off by accident here. I'm bringing her back. I hope.
You're doing a great job, Mark. Keep it going.
That was the first one. I can't, was that, who was that again? Shannon Robinson.
Shannon Robinson.
Yes, maybe you can answer her question, how credit, no credit works.
I mean, I think it was described by Dr. Kemke. You know, a student would receive credit. It would not, there would be no grade, it would no effect on GPA. Students who receive no credit would, in our model, have the chance to make it up to earn that credit either during summer school or during the year. Next year.
She's back.
Okay, good.
Shannon.
So my actual question is, so that part I understand, but my actual question is on individual assignments from now until the end of the year and tests and things that are going on, will they actually be getting grading, letter grades, numbered grades, and an ultimate grade that they at least know themselves and can be motivated by, even though that it will get converted into a credit, no credit at the end?
So I'll take a shot at that. I think that's part of what we want to do on Monday with perspective of that. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to give kids that, but I do think that our staff will be able to say to students, hey, you've done a good job. You've done an excellent job this year. You've done a good job this year. You need to continue to work on your writing. You know, some of those pieces. And I think we'll also, as an organization, as a compassion organization, want to give students that input when we write letters of recommendation for students, for the comments there, to give some texture to how the students responded. Because, without that, many schools don't even have grades, but teachers do get to know kids. And I think I think our teachers deserve, it may not be in a letter grade, but I think it's perfectly reasonable for students to ask, hey, how am I doing? That's an important question that they'll have to ask when they get a job or something like that. So that's something that we need to work on no matter what the decision is tonight.
So just for the record, I guess my opinion is that it's critical to understand how credit and no credit works before we even can make a decision on what we're deciding on. So I don't have a junior, I have a freshman at PHS. So I fully understand that it's less critical, but I still think it's critical for the kids to be getting feedback from now until the end of the year. And the teachers have been able to grade them and give them assignments and feedback. So my strong vote is that they still need to hear from their teachers for them to be able to be learning and understanding where they stand, even if it gets converted to a credit, no credit. And that was my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have her, so she's not there. Mary Lynn Samote. Do you want to speak? I guess not. Caroline, I'm not sure who Caroline is. Caroline Robbins, did you want to speak? Okay, moving on. Natalie Delhood, I don't have. Let's see who I have. I have a whole bunch of names and I got to find them. I'm sorry. Let's see if this person's here. People are dropping out. So that person is no longer with us. John wanted to speak. Let's see if I can find you. John, John, you can speak. Unmute yourself. Do you want to speak, John? I guess not. Okay, we'll move to the next one. I'm sorry about this. Melissa. She's no longer here. Melissa, P-E-R-A. Maybe it's this person. Is this Melissa Pera? I just put a Melissa in there. Do you want to speak? No. Unmute yourself. I put you in and you could speak if you wanted to. Keep moving down the list. I know this person did want to speak, has been sending numerous messages, but she disappeared. Audrey Morgenstern, I guess.
Hello?
Yeah, who is this, Melissa?
Hi, this is Melissa. Yeah.
Did you want to speak?
Yes, please, if that's okay.
Please do.
So I'm not speaking for my individual child. I would have a complete opinion if that were the case. I agree with the position of grades with compassion. It seems to be the only solution that most equitably answers the question of one size fits all. I'm really most concerned with the San Francisco School District article that came out today that settled on the preliminary idea of an automatic A for all high school students. I'm concerned with our children that have to compete with that as these kids for college admission. I think grades with compassion allows every student at every level and every demographic the best chance for success. But on a personal note, my straight A student said yesterday, well, if it goes to credit, no credit, I guess I'm good for the rest of the year. That's really concerning to me, and I don't want the remainder of the school year to be a total loss. Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to find some of the people who signed up have disappeared, which is, there's a Jen, let's see, Jen Slavitt, Jennifer Kloss. I have some Jennifers here. If you, I don't know who they are. Let's move on. Lou Sassel, let me find you if you still want to speak.
Mark, I know Ms. Morgenstern would like to speak.
Yeah, I can't find her. Where is she? What's her? I was trying to find her. I'll try to find her. Audrey Morgenstern. She's not showing up on the, yeah, she's not showing up. She's not showing up on the attendance list. Keep going down. CD. No, this one isn't showing up either. Left. Jackson McNamara. Let's see if I can find you. These are people who signed up after, you know, when it was after the sign up. So we don't have to, I don't feel, we got everyone who was the original sign up list. Not there. Eva Lee, we didn't, Eva Lee already speak. Becky Tidwall, let's see if we can find her. Becky Tidwall, there you go. Becky, you can speak, unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Lucy Tidwell. I'm on my mom's computer, which is why it says Becky Tidwell. I'm currently a junior at Aragon High School. I would like to start off by saying thank you for your work during this difficult time. As a student athlete, I have worked extremely hard to maintain my grades. I currently take 3 AP classes and maintain a 4.43 GPA. I take care of my younger siblings, grandparents who live in our home, and a first responder parent. As a student athlete, I practice competitive soccer 4 times a week with games on weekends and traveling out of state. And I'm hoping to get recruited at the collegiate level. We've always been taught grades matter, and by giving credit, no credit, you take that away. Student athletes like myself balance extracurricular activities, club sports, and studies on a daily basis. Where is our recognition for that? It is reflected in our grades. We all have challenges within our lives, but that's where leaders rise up. As part of our school's leadership community, I felt it was my responsibility to speak on behalf of my peers and address the unfairness of credit, no credit. If we turn to credit, no credit, I know many who are taking advanced placement and honors classes like myself will feel their extra work and sacrifices in an effort to maintain a high GPA will have been in vain. Diligent students will always work hard, but what is the incentive to continue learning if we turn to credit, no credit? By denying students letter grades that reflect the insane amounts of work put into studying and learning content, the school administration is discarding our effort as students. We only have a month left of school. What is the point in turning to this grading system now? An A is not equal to a C and never will be. I encourage you to listen to students and their perspectives, not parents and not teachers. Listen to students because this is who it affects the most. We want an option, we want a say. If you are speaking to compassion during this pandemic, where is the compassion for these hardworking students? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. I have Audrey, you're there.
Yeah.
I found you.
Hi.
Please speak.
So
I'm a high achieving student. Last semester, I got a 4.3 GPA. I'm enrolled in 4 AP classes. And yeah, right now, I'm not really feeling compassion for myself. I'm feeling compassion for those who are stuck at home and with situations that are just unfathomable to some of us. And this is not a one size fits all. This is an option that promotes equity and does not punish students whose academic prospects have been squandered by this pandemic. I'm someone who's in a favorable situation. However, I am in adamant support of a credit, no credit system. First, the issue of equity has been addressed in detail. To expect students and teachers who are in stressful situations to perform at an adequate level is simply unrealistic. However, most importantly, maintaining any form of grading in a non-credit, no credit system is unrealistic for teachers and extremely stressful for these hardworking professionals. I know this firsthand. My mother is a teacher and has been working from home during this time. She was taking over for a teacher who's on maternity leave and has now fallen into a role where she full-time assists teachers in distance learning strategies. It is very hard. Some of these teachers are having real difficulty in adapting to this time, and it's affecting everybody, not just the teachers, but students. And teachers and students are what matter here. It's not about parents. It's not about college. It's about teachers and students and the health of our community. And it's just, with all due respect to those viewing, we are not the majority. Those who are in situations that place them in a disadvantaged positions are most likely not here speaking right now. My desire for credit, no credit has nothing to do with me. It has to do with the teachers who are working their tails off to educate us in these conditions, and those who are underprivileged and no matter how hard they work will never be able to reach the same level as those already in a favorable position will. Grades are not my motivator. My motivator is the passion I have for education and the passion that I share with my teachers. Listen to the teachers and listen to the professionals. We need to go credit, no credit.
Okay, thank you. Kristen Phillips, do you want to speak?
No, she said she didn't.
Okay, Sarah Cowell, you're unmuted if you want to speak.
Hi, I'm a sophomore at Burlingame High School in an AP class, and I, along with many of my friends, have enrolled in an AP class and wanted clarification about Credit Plus. To our knowledge, it seems that Credit Plus doesn't have any negative impact on students that are not enrolled in an AP course this year, but it does have a largely positive impact on students that are enrolled in an AP class this year and have worked hard in that class. So can you explain more why is Credit Plus not being as strongly considered instead of credit or no credit? The last thing I and my fellow classmates wanted to add was that the board represents both students and the teachers, so the decision shouldn't just be largely influenced on the teacher's recommendation, but as well what the students want and need, and almost every student who has spoken wants that as well. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thanks. Next is someone named T, who has 3 logins. I don't think he wants to speak. He's not unmuting. Bob Behrman. You're unmuted, and I have a feeling you have something to say.
How are you doing? As you know, Mark, yes. I am not only a parent of a junior who is technically with Burlingame High School, but taking all of her courses at College of San Mateo, but I am also a professor at San Francisco State University. I teach full-time. I teach 6 classes. I also teach 1 for UC Berkeley. San Francisco State University just 2 days ago did publish its findings and methods for handling grades this semester, and that is giving students an option. My classes did not miss a single day of school. I was prepped and ready to go, and I teach person to person via Zoom every day, every class, every day. So I think even if you go to a credit, no credit, in which I have to grade some of my students credit, no credit if they choose to, it's still based upon the criteria. A, B, C is a credit. D, F is a no credit. That's the way we do the grading for credit, no credit. That's been long established at the collegiate level. The other issue I have is regarding equity. And I'm not just talking about equity with those who are disadvantaged or those who are having trouble or those who are privileged. There's also an equity issue with the grade bump, and that's regarding those who take college courses, which are what the AP is trying to replace and which are usually done, so an AP course in calculus might be a whole year course, but that's done in one semester at the collegiate level. These are programs that the school district supports, but don't give the equity, don't give that grade bump to those students taking those college, even higher rigor courses. So why is there an equity difference between an AP course? So we have students talking about taking 3 AP courses. My daughter's taking 6 collegiate level courses, including a college honors course.
You're running
So I
out
think-
of your 2 minutes, so please wrap up.
So I think we really need to look at overall the equity of grade bumps and how we do the GPAs. And I think we really do need to give students that choice, just as the College of San Mateo and San Francisco State University and other UCs are doing as well.
Thank you, Bob. Gina, do you wish to speak? Gina, J-I-N-N-A. Gina. I guess not. Daharti Kothari. You there? Your picture's there. Do you wish to speak?
I am in favor of giving a choice, and I agree with many of the previous speakers that my son is also taking 5 APs at Aragon High School. He is a junior, and SAT being canceled every month, we don't know. There is going to be no competitive advantage from students from Silicon Valley to the rest of the country, I would say, or world. We have so many international students applying to all the US universities. And I think we should make our students look outstanding compared to many other students. So I am in favor of giving a choice, credit plus or any letter grade.
Okay, thank you. Trying to get this to Daria Ahmet.
Yes,
You want to
hi.
speak? Hi.
Hi, I'm a senior at San Mateo High School, and firstly, I want to thank you all for your time. I've seen your facial expressions grow more and more tiresome, and I want to say what you're doing matters, and we very much appreciate you. I first want to point out that we must recognize the amount of privilege everyone on the call holds and the disproportionate numbers of those who are currently not voicing their opinions, whether that be by choice or more common limiting factors of communication, such as barriers of language or lack of technology. Due to these clear differences, I'm in favor of credit, no credit. I believe those who are in favor of regular grading and are self-proclaimed hard workers are forgetting that the current standing GPAs would be frozen. Therefore, their hard work would get recognized one way or another. You will also have a ceremony to congratulate you. You will have a graduation, whereas I may not. We have always lived in a grade-centric society, and the disadvantages of that are shining through more than ever. I believe that moving towards credit, no credit will allow our district to focus on all students because they all matter and their morale. Instead of focusing on whether students will be personally praised based on their choice of dedication, we use credit, no credit as a way to step back and focus on how to build a student's mental health and goals outside of a mere letter. Finally, I am already on the other side of applying to colleges, and I want to remind all juniors and all parents of juniors out there that while second semester is rough, grades do not show your amount of motivation. Your being and your voice matter more than anything. I hope that if credit, no credit is taken into place, the district can shift focus on the mental health aspects of students and shine light on far more constructive ways of motivation. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Mori, did I already call on you? There you go.
No,
You
you
can
didn't.
speak. Go on, please speak.
Thank you for allowing me. I have a few thoughts and they're not particularly linear, but one of the issues I have in terms of going to credit, no credit, and I would say that my initial preference would be with regard to maintaining grades, because I don't particularly see an issue with regard to creating assessments and being able to assess student mastery of the curriculum and the standards, because somehow that's going to happen if you're going to go to credit, no credit anyway. They'll have to establish some measures to determine whether or not a student actually gets credit versus does not receive credit. But we're making a discussion, well, the discussion here is entirely around an issue about equity and trying not to harm folks who may have connectivity issues or other kinds of personal situations that impact their ability to continue with their education. And I haven't heard a lot about the measures that are being taken to mitigate those issues, or a determination that some of them are completely not able to be mitigated. And I have some other concerns about the fact that if you go to credit, no credit, and as some of the other speakers have also articulated, that there are many students who are pretty smart on the uptake and will be able to run through those scenarios in Canvas and determine whether or not they actually have to do anything for the remaining month and a half, 2 months of school. And how are we dealing with the scaffolding issues in terms of math and progression through the different math courses as you go through they all build, English builds, math builds, science builds, even if you're going from biology to chemistry, chemistry to physics, whatever those things are. How are we addressing those issues if we're going to drop down to essentially a lowest common denominator analysis of credit, no credit, which inherently is going to be equal? I mean, are we pulling away from grades? There were some questions about that. If teachers retain the ability to make the independent judgment as to whether or not students have met standards in their class for credit versus no credit, how are we going to be looking at, in a prospective approach, how the students are going to be moving forward in the natural progression of in the subject matter? So I don't know that we're making this decision based on really instruction. It seems as though this is entering into this conversation really about connectivity and personal situation, not about education itself. And I think that that's a point that needs to be made. Thank you.
Okay, next is Aliza Zinelman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you did good.
Hi, I'm a AP biology and biology teacher at San Mateo High School. I also coordinate our site's AVID program. And I'm also here with my husband, Daniel Stone, who teaches ELD and coaches track at Hillsdale. We both have been educators for 10 years. So I just want to first state I'm so happy to hear from the San Mateo students, Audrey and Daria, because I was really feeling a little bit demoralized hearing all these students talk about the reason they get out of bed is grades. As educators, our job is to teach students and for them to learn. Our grades are supposed to reflect mastery, how much students have learned, and it's supposed to be reflective of that. Right now, given the pandemic, it is hard to learn, and it is also hard to teach. As a teacher of AP biology, I can confidently say that my students right now who have A's do not have the same level of mastery as students from last year at this point in time who had A's. Like the class, I can't stand behind that grade. I think grading with compassion would actually be a disservice to both sides, to all students. Those A's would be inflated, those B's would be inflated. And also it's asking our students who are most at need to have to come forward with their trauma that is currently happening. I have students who are currently food insecure. I have students who are working 6 days a week at Domino's because they're the only person who still has a job in their family. They are experiencing trauma. They are worried about paying rent. And all of those things are happening. I know my husband's students still don't have internet. The Comcast is not working. So they still are having those issues. So I am in complete support of the most equitable option for all our students, including my high achieving, high economic status AP students. This is a time to take a break, to step back, and to focus on what's really important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is A. Lee.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I just unmuted. I'm a parent of students at Aragon High School. I have all these different thoughts in my mind, so I'm going to be jumping around here. First of all, I would like to support what Robert Bierman had to say, because since it makes sense. He's a professor at San Francisco State, and I also support what the colleges have done, and that's having the choices. As regards to the people that are speaking on behalf of wanting the option no credit, no credit option, I don't understand what the problem is here of having choices. The people that want credit, no credit, they would be happy with having the ability to choose just like a college class, as an option to, if I take any college class, it's an option to take, you have the ability to take credit, no credit. So they would be happy. I don't understand what the discrepancy is, why we have to have this one size, one solution for everybody. And I'm hearing a lot of parents and students, hardworking AP students, because those are the students that have worked hard all through their, not only high school, but junior high and probably elementary career, that, they should not be minimized and not having the ability to get a great options. So
Okay.
I think I'm in supportive to both sides. I understand the situation with the people that would like to have option, credit, no credit, but I also see that for the people that have, with the grading, that they should given the choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is CDA Thomas 95.
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes. Why don't you tell us your name, not your...
Yeah. My name is Candace Thomas. I'm a teacher at Hillsdale High School. And so I wanted to, clarify something that I've heard all night. AP and honor students are not the only students who work hard. There are students who get B's and C's and they work hard. And so this misnomer that, only A students work hard, it's really disheartening. And it's just not true. Most students, I would say about 99% of my students work hard. The second point I want to clear up are to parents who are saying, well, what motivation can my kid have if we go credit, no credit? So as a teacher, if we choose the credit, no credit option, here's what I'm going to do. For this next month of school, I'm going to have about 4 to 5 assignments that students must complete in order to get credit for my class. It wouldn't be, I have an A, so I'm just going to chill out. No, even if you have an A right now in my class, I would say these are the 5 assignments that must be completed by this date in order to earn credit. And I would grade those assignments, and you would have to at least approach, meet, or exceed the standard in order to get credit. And I've been in conversations with teachers who are talking about what does credit, no credit look like? And so it wouldn't be that your kid doesn't have any work to do, because that's not credit, no credit. It's still completing the work that must be done in the course to show skill level and mastery. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on, Michael Poem. Did I already call on you, Michael Poem?
No, Michael Poimbuff. That's right. I'm right here.
Thank you. You're on.
Good. Okay, I'm a parent of a freshman at Hillsdale, and I support credit, no credit. I understand the perspective of parents and students that want to preserve the hard-earned grades and honors their kids have earned. I have 2 daughters at university. My eldest, and I'm breaking up a little here, she's pursuing a master's of public health and epidemiology at Columbia. And she's on credit, no credit now. And it's given her room to focus on her health and her neighbor's health. Boy, I practiced this and I didn't think I'd crack up like this. Anyway, we've already heard Columbia's favoring credit, no credit. And I want to try to reframe what equity means here. This decision shouldn't be about privilege or socioeconomic disadvantage. There's more dimensions to this problem. To put it in perspective for students of history, as of today, 30,000 Americans have died of this virus. That number's more than the number of soldiers that died in our largest campaigns in World War I and II, more than Normandy, more than Argonne in the trenches. We all need to understand we're at war. We're in this together. Some of us are behind the lines. Some of us are in the trenches, and it's not a matter of pass fail. It's a matter of life and death. My wife, sorry, I'm really sorry about this. My wife is an ICU nurse. 2 of her paramedic colleagues are COVID-19 positive. One of them just came off a ventilator. My business is failing, and our freshman at Hillsdale is on the autism spectrum and has lost his IEP support during all this. Some of these families are keeping grocery stores open, working in hospitals. The parents come home and expose the whole family. The stress is unbelievable. You can hear it. I'm just cracking up here. I'm sorry. Compassionate credit, no credit. It's not about social equity. It's about honoring our soldiers in this war. Thank you.
Thank you. John, you're next. You've been messaged me that you want to speak. There's a few Johns. If you want to speak, unmute yourself and speak. I've enabled them all. Okay, you're not speaking, John. Yes, go on.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think we should do the credit with like the option for the students, because like I think the students should have a say in what's going to happen with their like grades, because it's their future we're talking about, not just like I think it should be up to them, because like they're really deciding their future and stuff. That's about it.
Thank you. Tiffany, you're next.
Hi,
Tiffany,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Tiffany Sporer, and I'm a math teacher at Peninsula High School. I wanted to advocate for credit, no credit on behalf of my students who were only 2 weeks into the 3rd trimester when schools closed, and as such did not have the same opportunity to develop their pre-closure grades as students at the comprehensive sites. Many of my students were not only new to me as a teacher, but new to our school as a whole, further adding to the difficulty of successfully engaging them in distance learning, because we didn't have the same opportunity to build the meaningful relationships that were necessary pre-closure to engage them in our distance learning. And more broadly, I wanted to advocate for our students throughout the district and special education, and our students who are English language learners who simply don't have access to the same quality of accommodations during distance learning that they would have in our classrooms, which puts them at a great disadvantage.
Thank you, Tiffany. Nathan Chen.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Nathan.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I'm trying to be as polite as possible, but I'm just gonna get to the point. I'm a junior at VHS, and I stand for credit, no credit. I would like to begin by establishing a simple fact. We are all receiving a subpar education while under distressing conditions. We have thrown around the word equity, but there is no equity in grading students using letter grades.
I have a question.
As has been standard, as status quo has changed. Sorry?
Okay, is that it? Good.
No, there's more, there's more.
Keep going.
Our situation, our environment has changed for the worse. The people who have spoken in this meeting does not even remotely reflect the demographics of the San Mateo school system. While some students don't have to do anything under the credit, no credit system, the fact is a much larger school group of students still have to actively try. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. So Nathan is done. Susan L. Susan L. Susan L, you're unmuted.
Yeah.
You can speak
Hello.
if you'd like.
Okay, I have a daughter at Hillsdale, but I just wanted to quickly say that my sister is a high school chemistry teacher in Rhode Island, and she is teaching classes on Zoom, just at the same time she normally did. She is finding creative ways to do labs by showing videos. She was shocked to find out that we are not even doing video conference classes. And now to go to a credit, no credit, it just really feels like throwing in the towel to me. Like we're almost, canceling the instruction that we have. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Lai, L-A-I. Janet Lai, do you have anything to say? How about David Brucker? David Brucker. How about Paige Catano?
No, that just feels like work. Sure, I wasn't going to speak, but I'll go ahead and speak because I also have a child in private school who is on Zoom classes all day long. I want to make sure that we're maintaining our level of curriculum and dedication to the students and the education, and that we're continuing to set the bar high for them and for the teachers. And I'm just really concerned that we're going so low to the lowest common denominator to where we're not giving our students choice. We're not kind of trying to raise the bar and every week find out how to support our students better and they're learning better. And I just really feel like I'm hoping everybody's being listened to equally and that we can kind of all together as a community try to rise above and keep our students motivated, keep our students supported, have our teachers feel supported and engaged with the students, and keep working to just raise the bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we still have more wanting to speak. Does Ali want to speak? A-L-L-I. Ali? How about Kevin Gross? Noah Gross, I'm sorry, you're unmuted. Please speak.
Hi, my name is Noah Gross and I'm a senior at Hillsdale. If anything has been made clear tonight, it's that there's valid arguments for both keeping grades and switching to a pass, no pass system. With that said, it's important to look at the best compromise to satisfy as many people as possible. And I believe that's the grading with compassion system. Grading with compassion is essentially a pass or no pass system with different levels of passing. It allows students to remain engaged and motivated for the remainder of the semester, as well as earn the credit that they're working for. It's also important to point out that universities are understanding of students in difficult situations right now, and their chances of being accepted to a school won't depend as much on their grades during these difficult times. I understand that this is a difficult decision for you, but I believe that grading with compassion is the best option.
Thank you. Cooper Glavin.
Hi, I'm Cooper Glavin. I'm not like a high achieving student. I'm a senior at BHS. But from my point of view, the College Board has already changed what is on the AP test for this year. Like, as there's an AP bio teacher talking earlier, we're in a crisis right now, and what you're learning in this school year isn't the same as what people are learning in the past year. And if I were to get an A in an AP calculus class right now, I simply wouldn't know the same as the person who got an A in an AP calculus class last year. So I believe we should go pass fail because an A right now doesn't actually represent what you're learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynette Chandra. Are you there, Lynette? Lynette? Okay. Preston. Unmute yourself, Preston.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
you can speak. Please
Hello,
speak.
I'm Preston. I'm a senior at Burlingame High School, and I'm in favor of the credit, no credit, because it's the only way to accommodate all students. Right now, we have bigger problems than an A or a B or passing. I think the main concern right now should be keeping your loved ones safe. And for the people worrying about college, they will understand this pandemic. So you should not worry about getting into a university. This one semester isn't going to define which college you get into, but people make it seem like it's the most important thing of their life. High school nowadays should be learning and not about grades, which can be shown through this time where students can learn as much as they want without worrying about tests or pleasing their teacher. And parents who worry about not having motivation should not be worried about their kid because it's their school and their life. So if their kid doesn't do the work, then that's just a testament to their character and they're going to be behind. Thank you, sir. And I would like to give a shout out to all my boys. Stay safe.
Okay, thanks. Anthony Yoon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm Anthony, and I'm a senior from Burlingame High School. And me and many of my peers, we advocate a credit, no credit system, especially compared to a grading with compassion system. And so many of our fellow high achieving students, they seem to be advocating this grading with compassion system, but their mindset often appears very skewed and it's one-sided. They're saying that they've been working hard and they shouldn't have been penalized and they shouldn't be penalized for it. And while this is understandable, this mindset is privileged and sanctimonious. It completely disregards the underrepresented communities. The effect on underprivileged students completely outweighs those with overachievers with privileged backgrounds. And additionally, the grading with compassion scale, it completely erodes the objectivity of the A through F grading scale. Students, they'll try to play the sympathy card rather than actually true academic merit, and grades won't be representative of what they are intended to be. Additionally, it places teachers in an uncomfortable position as they are held to decide what counts as an exceptional circumstance and whether a student can truly earn an A grade. A's will be assigned on a purely subjective and emotional basis rather than what they are intended. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. I want to, Isabel Friedman, who I did try to call on, but I can't find her login. So if you can text me your login, you do deserve to speak. I'm just going, other people are asking to speak at the last minute, but we took signups a long time ago. I just have two more speakers, T. Stewart and Mona.
Hi, yes. You hear me?
Yes, please go.
Okay, my name is Terry Stewart. I have two sons at Hillsdale High School, one a senior who got into University of Alabama, so really happy about that. We were affirmed from University of Alabama that they will accept pass, no pass for his spring semester. However, they, as a very large university in this country, are with the pass, no pass and option for a GPA. So if I'm hearing that UC systems, state systems, California state systems, and some of our largest universities in the country are giving the option to their students to either choose a GPA or a pass, no pass, I don't understand why we can't do the same. I myself am a nurse practitioner, very under stress right now, trying to do patient care through the telehealth system as much as possible to protect my family. So I think a lot of us, we very much sympathize with everybody who's going through tremendous pain, loss of jobs. I myself, not even sure I might have a job in 2 weeks because my specialty is not in primary health care. I think by giving the option, we're not taking away from the kids who want the grades. And this is not to say that it's just the AP kids or the kids that had the 4.0s. You know, there are kids who have worked really hard and do have Bs. I have both. I have one son who has struggled and he has continually improved his grades over time. And so each semester he has improved and that has really affected, and his colleges were very impressed by like his fall grades and that actually helped him get into a couple more of his colleges. And I'm very concerned for my sophomore because he is one of those 4.0 kids. And he wants to go into aerospace engineering, which is highly, highly competitive. And he's not going to be just competing with kids from San Mateo School District. He's going to be competing with kids from across the country. And he's also going to be competing with kids in other countries. And not everybody is as highly affected by this situation as we are in the Bay Area, as we all know. So my personal opinion would be to have some kind of grading policy where kids are given an option. I really don't, I think, understand the negativity of that option. If so many universities and colleges are choosing it, I can't see that why we can't also.
Okay, there's 5 people who said they wanted, and they have put their name in, but I can't find them. But I'm going to keep going to find them on the list to enable them, and then we'll try to get you to be able to speak. So who was next here? Mona, did you want to speak?
Yes, you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mona Shang, and I have 2 students studying in Mills High School. And we are in favor of keeping the letter grade, or at least given the chance for people to choose. The high school class that is impacted the most is the junior class. And as you can hear from this board meeting, most of the student speakers are really juniors. And the junior class are applying to colleges, and their GPA will affect them greatly. Those are in.
Oh, did I get rid of her? Who was that?
Mona.
Mona.
Mona Shun.
Jeez, it's too hard. No, there she is. I got it there. Mona, start over. I mistakenly got rid of you.
Oh, sorry. So let me start over.
You were with the junior class, okay?
Yes. So the junior class, for the junior class that is having the middle, that they are middle in the grades, that are borderline for college acceptance, will be affected the most. So for some, this means that if you are doing credit, no credit, it means that it is taking away the letter grades. It's the same as taking away their chances of applying to certain colleges. So please do let these students have a choice of keeping to have their letter grade.
Thank you, Mona. So I have, just so you know, there's only six more, and I can't find a few of you. I can't find the one who's HOSEA. I can't find Nami Chesaminia, and I can't find Pauline Chain. Okay, so if you can text me, you three can speak, as will the 4 I have lined up. Jack Hoff, who is someone else, right? You wrote me that you're someone else. Signed in under Jack Hoff. Do you want to speak? No. How about Diane's? Well, let me try that again. Jack Hoff, unmute yourself. Diane C., you're unmuted. You can speak.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
My name is Diana Chu. I am a parent of a sophomore at San Mateo High School. And I was also at the Sequoia School District meeting last night. And the option they were considering was credit and no credit and a floor grading model. The floor grading model was taken into all the students work up to March 13th. That's the lowest grade they would get. And then you have the rest of the time to improve your grade. I think that is a great option if we are going to go with grading system. I'm disappointed that that wasn't in consideration. And I think that, and I think another parent also mentioned that a choice of credit, no credit, or grades is not presented at the meeting. That was true, but I think one of the board members brought back into discussion. So they were also discussing that. I think some board members should vote for that. So I am for that option if we can. And I also want to also point out that, just like Mona said, I think this actually affects mostly the juniors and sophomores currently. And the seniors and freshmen doesn't seem to be affected as much. And this affects them long-term because of college application. And we take that into consideration. Is actually most of the students are not really affected by this choice as much. It's really the students who care about college applications, I think, outside of community colleges, which I don't think takes grades into consideration. So the students getting affected is kind of different from the entire school district. We look at it that way. In the long term, in the short term, it's different. We are in a difficult time. I understand that everybody has difficulty dealing with the current situation right now. So that's all my comment with the long term and short term situation.
Okay, so I've lined up 4 more people. Mayank Patel, David Yang, Isabel Friedman, Nami Gasamina, and Pauline. I'm also trying to find Dravian and Hosea, and that's it. Okay, so Mayank, please go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Mayank, and I'm a sophomore at San Mateo High School. So I think we've all come to the consensus that certain students are at a disadvantage due to this pandemic, but that doesn't mean we should disregard all the hard work we as students have done until now.
Exams.
If a fair system of grading is what we desire, one that hasn't been mentioned yet is the possibility of using the grades as of March 13th when schools were first closed and use those grades as the final grades for the semester while continuing to provide an adequate education as our circumstance can provide. An alternative to this could be the choice of credit or no credit or letter grades, but any system that gives students validation for their hard work and help keep their GPA regardless of the rigor of their courses is good for us.
Thank you. David Yang.
Hello?
Yes, speak.
Hi, I'm David Yang.
Oh, God. I got rid of David. Isabel Friedman, you can speak. I'll bring
Hi,
David
can you hear
back.
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to return to the question of how a grade of no credit would be decided. You told us that this would be teacher specific, but are you going to ensure guidance, alignment, and oversight among teachers? I see teachers setting a deluge of assignments with no instruction or engagement. It's incredibly difficult for students to stay motivated to complete all of these things in this situation. And it seems very unfair to me that anyone should be penalized for a perfectly normal emotional reaction that so many adults are feeling. So how are you going to ensure that no credit decision is made in a fair and non-punitive way? And saying that students can make this up in the summer or next year really doesn't remediate the injury that they would experience from getting no credit, because not everybody is going to be able to take advantage of summer school or completing assignments that they've missed when they have to deal with a new course load the following year. So I don't think that ameliorates the situation. I think you need to ensure that it's appropriately dealt with now and make sure that students understand from the beginning what will be required in order for them to get a credit rating.
Okay, thank you. David, I screwed you
Hi.
before. Continue talking.
Hello?
Yes,
Is this
please.
work? Okay. So hi, I'm David Yang. I'm a freshman at San Mateo High School, and thank you for your time right now. My current opinion on this matter of the grading matter would be to go for the letter grade or the credit option, like the choices option, because as students, we're always stressed. Before this COVID pandemic made our school shut down, we were working extremely hard. Every single student worked extremely hard to get the grade that they deserved, and we were taking it to become a credit. But as the situation goes on, as the meeting has progressed, I have realized that it will probably be the credit because of various districts going to lean that way a bit. So if we are going for this credit option, we need to be transparent and objective on how we are going to choose who gets a credit or who doesn't. Like, are we going to get D or higher because that's a traditional way? And because I'm also concurrently enrolled in College of San Mateo, they do the credit or grade option. You get to pick. So I'd like it to be a you get to pick option, but just as a fallback, are we going to have credits as D or higher grades?
Okay, great. Next, Nami, please speak.
Hello, I'm Nami Wasamania. I am a student at Aragon High School. I'm a senior. First off, I'd like to simply just start off by saying, I want to keep it brief as well. That I've been hearing throughout this meeting, from different people that people are saying that the junior class is becoming most affected by this. I think that's false, simply because of the fact that I feel like in a time of crisis like this, all grades and all people are becoming affected. Personally myself, I have to go to work every day as I'm deemed essential by my work, as I work at a pet store. Combine that with the schoolwork that I have to complete by my teachers and whatnot, I think it would simply only be fair to not only just, me as a student, but I think other students that there will be a credit or no credit system put in place. Like lastly, I'd like to also say, as a first generation college student from an Iranian American family, I've seen disadvantages and other people having disadvantages, including myself, and I've seen how people have been able to get past that. I think people need to realize that in a time of crisis like this, we're going to be faced with many issues, and I think that we just have to persevere. And I think that you faculty and other people will be able to understand that and thus put a solution forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline, you're next. We have 5 more. I'm not adding any more, I promise.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First, I'd like to say, thank you for staying so late in the evening and providing us the opportunity to speak. For me, it's not about the grades. It's more about the effort that kids put in. And so the way I see this is like the credit, no credit is actually the worst option because you're actually punishing students who work hard before the pandemic and continue to work hard despite the situation. And for me, it's not about the grades where they get an A, B, C. It's about rewarding people based on their effort. And finally, if the board does choose the credit, no credit policy, then the credit, no credit option should be modified to provide the grade earned before remote learning took place. And you can put that in the comments section instead of the usual language, a pleasure to have the student in the class. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Pauline. Nick Wong.
Hello?
Yes, you finally get to speak. I finally figured it out.
All right, thank you. I would like to affirm on behalf of the students, I'm a student at Mills, that the district should proceed with a credit, no credit solution. We think it's obvious that the credit, no credit solution should be implemented because it brings equity to lower socioeconomic classes, protects students who have to focus on helping their parents, protect students who do not have access to reliable technology, and protect students and parents who are struggling to adapt to online learning. And I do not speak about this as a student who's looking to take advantage of the situation. I've succeeded. I've taken 9 AP classes in the last 2 years, have a high level of community engagement, and have been accepted to some of the aforementioned target schools. But other students honestly have other ways of expressing their commitment to excellence for colleges other than grades, like letters of recommendation or community involvement. And if you were to take last thing, sorry, I know it's late. If you were to take a poll, I would like to disclaim that many of the opinions here are self-selected, and the majority of students and parents who are affected by the coronavirus would probably not be talking about grades on a Thursday night. So I would urge you guys to take that into account. So it's in the best interest of everybody who is here and privileged enough to be here to make sacrifices for the majority of students who are disadvantaged and adopt a credit, no credit scale. Thank you.
Thanks. Dravian, you've been posting. Can you, I'm trying to unmute you. If you can unmute, you can speak. Dravian.
Yes, thank you for having me. My option is to give the students the choice, either choose a letter grade or credit, no credit. I think that will be the best, but that will be the best thing that we can do to the students at this time. I know this is a very difficult situation. The board members, I think you should consider what the students need. The board members and the teachers are catering to the students. I think you should look into what the students want. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have 2 more speakers, Marianne Payton and Hosea. So Marianne Payton, you're next.
Hello, it's nice to talk to you all this evening. Thank you for staying late. I think my preferred choice is the grading with compassion with a special emphasis on the March 15th grades. I think it does address equity issues because you're able to, if people are having a hard time, unable to access the technology or have issues going on with their families, they have their March 15th grades or 13th, whatever the day is. I also like it. It does address some of the concerns and needs of the students that are getting their B's and their A's and they're working really hard. But also very importantly, it provides motivation to continue with the semester. I actually do think the grading with compassion, again, with that emphasis on the March 15th grade, addresses all of those issues. I was confused a little bit. As a second issue, I was confused by what the Hillsdale High School teacher said. She actually said that in order to pass her class, they couldn't just ride out the rest of the semester under pass-fail. They'd be required to do a couple of assignments between now and the end of the year. But wait, that actually could be a huge issue in terms of equity, because if people have a technology issue, a family issue, how can they be required to do 5 assignments if we are having these equity issues? So I'm very concerned again with the no pass system being put into place, especially if you're going to have these required assignments. It ironically is less equitable. Number 3, I am concerned with the future and what precedents we're setting in a pass-fail setting when we're going into fall semester and could have this continued issue. We need to look at this at a broad level, not just for this semester and this last final 6 weeks. And number 4, I really wish the teachers were, I wish we had more teaching of the students and more opportunities to learn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a few more people who just said, I want to speak, they're late, but we cut it off. Does the board agree? Except for Hosea.
Hello, I'm Hosea.
Yeah, he's been trying to get in for hours and I've had troubles finding him. So we'll let him go last. Does the board agree, instead of the ones who just in the last 10 minutes asked to speak, that, you know, they should have asked 2 hours ago? Peter's saying yes.
Fine.
Fine. Okay, Hosea.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Hosea, and I'm the ASB president of Mills High School, which seems to be underrepresented tonight. I am in support of credit or no credit option, and I have 2 points to make. My first point, never have we ever experienced a pandemic. Why are we trying to overlook this severe situation and trying to simulate a school environment with a letter grade system, which is impossible to do? The present circumstance is a time for healing. Why not just let this be an opportunity for everyone to take a pause on our busy lives and really experience life and relationships for the first time without them revolving entirely around academics for once? It is fine if a child is lazy right now, maybe because it's because they never had a chance in their life. Credit or no credit option allows for that. My second point, I am a high achieving student and have been consistently throughout my 4 years at Mills High School. I can honestly say it is very hard to learn online right now. It is very hard to concentrate, and trying to learn math, for example, is virtually impossible for a Zoom conference with a teacher trying to explain math without a whiteboard, lagging, full of a class worth of people trying to fit in their individual questions in the 1.5 office hour period. Not to mention, it is very frustrating intrinsically because for the first time, I just don't understand no matter how hard I try. Furthermore, it is very stressful academically as those enrolled in AP classes also have AP tests to worry about, which will already be a motivator for us to learn and do the fair amount of work without letter grades. Finally, in conclusion, I am fortunate enough to be in a situation where I don't have to worry excessively for the health and financial state of my family. Having credit or no credit is fair because those who are in the place to do work, such as financially, health-wise, and emotionally, they will do work. In fact, a lot of my classmates are saying they are doing work to keep busy, keep in schedule, because we need to learn to be responsible for our education regardless of grades. And therefore, I ask you to adopt a credit or no credit option.
Okay, guys, I hate to do this, but I added 2 more people. They came earlier and there was technical issues. And if we're going to set an example that some of our students have technical issues, we want our teachers to go back and teach them. So there's 2 more people, Hillary Corral and Karen Masterson. Hillary, go first.
Thank you. Thank you for adding me on. Kind of to keep it to points that maybe haven't already, been made. There was a official webinar by the College Board at 4 p.m. today, right before this meeting started, where they were talking about the modified AP exams and that how it's going to be even more important that the grades that the students get in their AP classes in high school will be weighted even, in a heavier basis because of these modified, exams. And I think we can all agree that, once school was no longer on campus, and, it's hard and people should not have their grades be disadvantaged. The LA and San Diego models, resolve that issue. Everyone was on equal footing, when, school was let out from campus. Having that as a floor, and then compassion to let, people improve, I think addresses, those needs. People who are really struggling now will not be disadvantaged, but you can still, have the benefit of having those grades and moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Last speaker this time, Karen Masterson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go
Okay.
ahead. 2 minutes.
I'd just like to preface this a little bit by saying that, I've had 3 children that have gone through the school district already. I have 1 more left. And I have a sibling and a brother-in-law who are on the front lines, and mother who is in a nursing home and her life is in danger. To say that people like me who have children that are in the school district don't have other concerns is not really fair. I would like to say that in general, I think overall, after having listened to everybody on the phone, the best decision I think is truly choice one, which is to have the students have a choice for letter grade or to have credit, no credit. I think that, children have put in 3/4 of their effort so far, and to change it thus far with 1 month left in the school period is really not fair to change it on the school or on the children. They've worked really hard to establish their grades. Now, truly, there are a lot of kids out there who are struggling, and my family is partly in that bucket. But as a result, I think those kids do have an option, certainly, to be able to provide to the college board or to the colleges to whom they're applying to specify specifically how their why their grades weren't where they should be, or why they chose to do credit, no credit. For example, on the college board, the UCs, they have options 4 and 5 to specify specifically, describe how you've taken advantage of a situation or worked hard to overcome an educational barrier you have faced. A lot of children have, have tried really hard, so I think those children should be given credit, and those who tried really hard but have faced disadvantage could still use the credit or no credit, and then therefore later on establish why they were under dire circumstances. I hope that clarifies my position.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. I'm closing comments. I know some board members are probably happy. We heard all of you. In addition to everything you said here, we've also read the hundreds of emails we've received. So I think we've tried to hear everyone and hear everyone's opinions. Regrettably, there's no majority, but we'll move on and try to make a decision. First, I'll call on, I'm going to move around the table. Greg, then Linda, then Peter, and then Robert, and then me. Greg, first. You can just, we can just give our, you can set this tone. You don't have to say this is it. You can talk about issues. You don't
well, first of all, okay. So first of all, I took a lot of notes. I've read all the emails. It has been a struggle for all of us. This is not an easy decision for me. As an educator, I think one of the things that we have to recognize is this is a unique situation. I've heard a lot of speakers mention that, but some people have overlooked that. This is a unique situation. We are in a pandemic and we've been forced to change from this is not online learning the way online learning is supposed to be. It is an emergency online learning. And as a result, the consequences are unknown. And to be able to adequately say that it's easy to grade, I mean, I heard from every teacher tonight and also heard from their input in the leadership time that they spent. I really feel that we need to consider that. So that's one thing I'm thinking about. Another thought that I had was regarding this third quarter. March 13th is when we started making a change. We'd already been in the third quarter. I'm wondering how that factors into this. Several speakers had talked about that, and I think we need to consider that because those are official grades in the perfect situation where everybody's in class doing what they're supposed to be doing, and I think that's important. I hear what people are saying about learning, but I have to say, this is an equity issue. There is a problem here. It just is, and several speakers said it. This situation has accentuated the problems that we have in our educational system in general. Who gets access, who gets into it, who's learning, who's not, and what are we doing about it? I think this just accentuates that problem. I don't know if coming to an answer here is one right answer, but it definitely accentuates that problem of equity. From an educator standpoint, I believe this is about learning. I love the fact that some of the students that spoke up today talked about their learning and what they feel is important. I think this is, online learning is difficult for some kids. It's, they could be good kids and getting straight A's, but in this new situation, it's going to look very different. I think we need to factor that into account. I just want to reflect a couple of the statements that I thought was very powerful. One student, Melina, I forgot her first name, but it was read by her parents that I will continue to learn. I really think if you really talk about integrity, we have to teach integrity as well, social, emotional, and talking about kindness. We have to think of others. And I think that needs to be a factor here. I don't think it's the be all and end all, but I think it's something that we need to take into account. I also agree with some of the speakers who also talked about the classroom situation. We have just changed from being in class, being in person, having a set schedule to a lot of teachers learning from different aspects of I'm on it, I'm on Zoom, I'm connecting with the teachers. We heard a professor who's Zooming individually with his kids. That's great, but that's not happening across the board. And we need to be, as trustees, need to be realistic about that. We have to take into account that this realistic situation is there's some great teaching going on right now. And there's some teachers that are struggling and they're just giving assignments and saying, do the work. And I think we need to acknowledge that and we need to have that in account. So whatever we decide, I just put out all the things that I was thinking about. I'd like to hear from the other trustees, and then I'd like to have some final words or thoughts about it. Thank you.
Great. Linda, you're next. Unmute yourself. Linda, are you there? Linda, did your phone fail? Linda.
Okay, I unmuted.
Good, please.
I know for some reason my mouse wasn't working. First, I want to thank all the people who spoke and all the people who have sat through this very long meeting. I think that this is probably the most important meeting that we've had in some time, and I think we generally have pretty important issues that we talk about. But we need your views, we need your input, we need your time, and the energy that you bring to this meeting, I think, is very important for all of us. So I'm going to say we are not a one-size-fits-all district. We are a all students matter district. I see credit, no credit as a one-size solution that doesn't really fit with us. That's just my opinion at this point. I am not comfortable putting students in finite boxes, and I'm afraid that credit, no credit alone takes away choice from students. And it also limits teachers, but I'm very concerned about choice at this point in time. This is not an easy decision, and it's not easy for students. It's not easy for teachers. It's not easy for families. And of course, we are in very difficult times. I believe that equity is choice. And I would support giving students the choice of whether they want the grade or they want the credit, no credit. I would add an incomplete option for students who really can't complete the coursework and want to take it incomplete so that they have the opportunity to do the work in the summer or as soon as we can offer it to them. I want to do nothing that interferes with the student-teacher relationship. And I think when students have choice, that relationship thrives. I feel like students have been taken out of their comfort zone. Their familiar life is gone. And a lot of these kids had a lot of responsibilities going into this pandemic, and those are only extenuated by the circumstances they're in. I do like the idea of having the grades that they ended school with as a baseline for them, because that will really help, I think, either for their choice as they look at grades or credit, no credit. I think that's all I have to say at this absolute time. I do want students to be, I do want to say that compassion is part of education, and students should be able to communicate their situations if they so choose with their teachers. And trust is also a part of education. And I think that we need to trust our students and we need to trust our teachers so that they can interact and work with each other to come up with the best solution for each individual child. Thanks.
Thank you. Peter.
So I join my colleagues in appreciating all the input that we've gotten. It's a tough decision, and there's obviously strong feelings on both sides and strong arguments on both sides, and people are under unusual stress and a lot of discomfort right now. And there's a lot of fear that things are changing and the life's never going to be the same. And I think that's driving a lot of a lot of the emotion and concern that's going on around this decision, and it puts everybody in a difficult position. And I certainly, I certainly hear from students on and parents on both sides of the issue, and I hear from our faculty that they're kind of caught in the middle of where they don't. I see where they feel that they can't really provide letter grades right now that are in any way comparable to what letter grades have meant in any previous semester. And it kind of forces them to make judgments and compromises that really aren't equitable. So, I've listened to all of those fears and those anxieties. And, most of you have not regularly attended board meetings. So, my reservations about grades have been voiced a number of times. And, they're not my favorite accountability measure, because I think they're by their very nature, they're highly subjective measures. They vary from classroom to classroom. They vary from school to school. They certainly vary from school district to school district, and under the best circumstances. I think when colleges and universities are looking at grades, I don't think they look at one single semester with any great weight. So I think to some degree, people are a little bit over concerned about one single semester's grades. And I don't think they're going to have, however the decision is made, I don't think they have that big an impact over one single semester. And I think given the extraordinary conditions that we're encountering in spring 2020, I think that's particularly true. And, there's a phrase among elected officials, and the person I remember first using it was former Governor Mario Cuomo, who said, that we all campaign in poetry and then we govern in prose. And this is kind of the quintessential govern in prose moment, because we've got a bunch of options out there that no one particularly likes. So, I'm going to have to cast a difficult vote here tonight. But I think even though it's a govern in prose moment, for me, I'm trying to remember that this is a moment where we want to keep, our core values and our expectations in mind. That really, this is a character test for all of us. And we need to remember at this time what our core values are. And our core values aren't grades. Our core values are learning and quality teaching. And the fact that, and I think Linda mentioned this, that we have high expectations for all of our students. Those are our core values, and that this is going to end at some point. This is not going to go on forever. And what's going to matter is what we learned. So it's a little bit disconcerting when I hear, students and families saying, well, if we go pass, no pass, all of the work is lost, and all, we'll have no reason to continue. Well, education really isn't about a grade. It's about what you learned and what you can demonstrate the level of mastery of that subject. And this is going to end, and you're going to have to go back and demonstrate how much of the material you know, because you're going to go on to another level. And that's what it's really about. And it's the same way for teachers. You know, what have we learned about delivering online learning and working with students in a remote location? Because the chances are we're going to be doing this some more. And have we actually devoted ourselves to becoming better at doing this? And have we taken advantage of the opportunity that we have here to get better and better and better at this? And are we delivering curriculum and instruction in the best way possible and in times of crisis and through virtual means? Because there's also opportunities when this is all over that delivering curriculum, part of our curriculum remotely, is going to benefit the district. So this is a time really to look at the opportunities and to really keep our foot on the pedal and keep working and remember that our values and character count in this. So that's what I'm thinking about in how I'm evaluating this. And I put a lot of weight in the fact that our faculty went through a fairly thorough process and came out with looking at pass fail as the best option and the most equitable option. And so I think I'm going to support that tonight. But I'm only going to support it for this semester. I don't want it to become the default position. I don't want to adopt something that says that this is automatically what we go to in an emergency situation or anytime we have some kind of difficult situation in the district. I just want it to be a one-off for right now. And I want it to be where we continue to work very hard to refine our skills in delivering remote learning, online learning. And then the other thing that I want, and I spoke, I used my phone a friend here in talking to Trustee Land about this, where we talked about the need to get a report from the administration by the end of June, looking at what are the best practices, so that the best practices on remote learning and what have we learned in the 3 months, and what do we need to achieve our academic goals when we're using remote learning under emergency conditions and at other times, and what do we need to get better at this over time. And a part of that report should look at recommendations for creating a grading system that we could use during emergency conditions. Because I think trying to create a grading system right now, when we've been literally thrown into chaos here, I think it's just very difficult and very hard to do, and very hard to do fairly. But I think we need to think about what kind of a grading system we need if we have to do this again in the fall. Whether we start remotely, or whether we come back in the fall and there's a spike and we have to close down schools again in October or at some point, we need to be thinking about that. So I would like us as a board to task the administration to give us a report at the end of June as to what they've learned. Give us a report making some recommendations on a grading system that could be implemented for use in a situation going forward. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Bob, you get to go.
Seeing guys talk about me. I want to thank everybody for their
We
comments.
kicked them out.
Yeah, okay.
That
yeah.
was not a fair comment.
I want to thank everybody for their comments and their patience during this long evening. I share many of the sentiments of the other board members, and certainly one of the things, I think our mission is to provide the students with the best education and not necessarily the highest GPA, and doing that in a safe environment. I think all of us can acknowledge this is a difficult time for everybody. I think we all are experiencing increased emotional distress, from just every facet of almost everybody's life has been disrupted. I also think that the pandemic has magnified the inequities that exist in our society. And I'm talking, I mentioned it previously, education, housing, healthcare. We all kind of knew that those were issues. We're seeing those issues just really magnified. I think the one thing, in looking at what we're trying to do, I see this is a one and done. This decision tonight is a one and done solution. I think as we look at how March played out, April played out, May played out, and now the acknowledgements about what it might look like long term, I do think, and I think the other board members have acknowledged, that we need to look at a solution that does bring a qualitative aspect, a better long-term solution to grading with distance learning. I think we can do that when we get past this current circumstance. Let me see. I've got some notes here. I just want to make sure I cover the key points. I think what we're facing here, and distance learning can be effective. I think what we see here is the quality of the transition was abrupt, and we just had to make do without, staff, there was limited opportunities for staff development and lesson plans, and we're still trying to figure that out. And I think what you have is a inconsistency among the teachers, and it's not their fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just the way the circumstances have played out. Certainly, as a matter of fact, the inconsistency, how effective it is with the teachers and with the students. And I don't think all classes easily adapt to distance learning, and that's also going to impact any grading that might occur. Another factor I'm considering is not all teachers, students, parents, we all have different living circumstances. We're not in a perfect world. Our learning environments at home and our environments at home are very different. Some are disruptive and some aren't. I do think the colleges are going to have to adapt too. And we've heard a lot of anecdotal. A lot of this information tonight has been strongly anecdotal on both sides of this argument. I do think, like so many parts of society, that we're adapting. Every day there's something different. That, well, last week we weren't wearing masks, and today we're wearing masks, and you can't go here without this. And we were thinking we're out of it in April, May, and then the unthinkable, the school year. Now you know, no social gatherings for years, and we're gonna have to adapt long-term for classroom sizes and spatial, you know, the social distancing and all of that. And I think what we have here also is teachers are working harder. This has got to be real hard on them. And I think they can't be as effective as they were in their traditional environment where they had worked, you know, previously. I just see that it's going to be difficult to maintain a level of rigor and assign grades in this to close out this semester. I think we're all looking for a return to normalcy, and normalcy is not going to come anytime soon. I think we can get stability. I think we can work on getting more effective in rendering, you know, education, you know, developing education plans. So a lot of things we can do. And I think it's my view that it's in the best interest of the students and the stakeholders to go credit, no credit, pass, fail, however it is. Now, I do have a lot of concerns, and there've been some very valid questions asked this evening in terms of how it's going to play out. And I think the administrative regs and you know, the next board meeting will start to develop that. And I think, you know, we've got a lot of work to do if in fact that's the decision. So, and I do think, and I know people are thinking, okay, you know, the high school district has a great academic tradition. This decision puts us, you know, takes that tradition away. It's not going to take the tradition away. And we are going to return, you know, whatever decision is made tonight, those grades are devalued. You know, the decision for any grading will be devalued, but I do think we will return just as soon as we can to building on the tradition of academic rigor. So I'm like pass, fail, or credit, no credit. That's it.
So I'm going to try to change your mind a little bit here. Okay. How I started looking at this, and first of all, I want to thank everyone's comments, emails. I've listened, I've read. Regrettably, you know, teachers are on one boat. Most of our parents' community, if you count those who wrote us, are on a different side. And so that makes our decision very difficult when our stakeholders are split like that. So what I tried to do is I looked at what other districts are doing and tried to learn from what other districts are doing, not thinking that our district could automatically figure it out on their own. Okay. And what you find is that a lot of districts, not all, but a lot of districts with a large percentage of disadvantaged students are not going to this straight credit, no credit option. I'm talking about, as we're all aware, Los Angeles isn't doing it. San Diego isn't doing it. The San Mateo Community College District in our area isn't doing it. Jefferson isn't doing it. And there's others. San Francisco is talking about going to a version of the compassionate system, I think you'll say, based on the newspaper article I read. So I've been struck by just how these big districts with lots of disadvantaged students are not going to, you only get a credit, no credit. I went through and I watched the Jefferson meeting that was a few weeks ago, where they discussed and how they came up with their solution. And what I especially liked is not necessarily their solution, but how their commitment to what they called educational equity and the words they used to describe educational equity. And I'm going to read those to you. Educational equity means that each student receives what they need, when they need it, to develop their full potential. I think that's a very important, I think that's an excellent definition of what equity is. I also don't think a straight credit, no credit system satisfies that definition. And, to use Linda's words, it means, if you really listen to it, it means that you can't have a one size fits all system. I was also sort of found it interesting that many of the districts that are saying equity is credit, no credit, happen to be districts with lots of students with advantaged backgrounds, the Palo Altos of the world, other districts in northern Santa Clara County, districts in Marin. There are districts, I'm not saying there are districts with disadvantaged populations who have gone to credit, no credit. So but I just find that interesting. And then what I also find interesting in all the discussion and virtually all our discussions, your discussions, emails, what we really haven't addressed, and I find this very important, this is what Los Angeles addressed. This is what Jefferson addressed. It's the issue of the student who prior to this was barely getting by, barely getting their pass grade, just struggling to get their 220 credits. They, let's be honest, that student, if they're from advantaged or disadvantaged background, it doesn't matter. They don't care what we decide here. They don't care if they get a grades or whatever, as long as we give them a fair path to get that credit towards that 220 hours so they get their diploma. That's their goal. And what I saw was Los Angeles and Jefferson address that very clearly. They basically said, you show up and you'd make a minimal effort given whatever your circumstances are, you pass, you get credit. And I think we need to include that with whatever decision we make. We need to basically say, unless you drop off the face of your classes, you're gonna get credit. And because we should not use this emergency to put behind our most at-risk students on their path to graduation. This is what Los Angeles has decided. This is what Jefferson has decided. And I think we need to include that in our solution. I also have a different take when I look at our disadvantaged students, because there are, from disadvantaged households or not there. There are many of those students who are receiving A's and B's in challenging courses such as AP courses. They had those grades as of March 13th. And that's a key part of them building a strong transcript that for them, especially because of their household, will be the primary basis on which they're granted college admission. I'm going to paraphrase here from an email that was shared from me from a parent in Menlo, in the Sequoia School District. I just don't want to take credit for these words. These students don't have the huge resumes that, the privileged students from more privileged backgrounds have. They haven't traveled abroad to help less fortunate communities. They're not prodigies or star athletes. They haven't had those resume building summer internships and jobs that help because they've had to be home, help with their families, help support their families in those summer jobs. They're hardworking, smart, intelligent young adults who for them, and if they're going, most of them are the people I'm putting in this bucket, and you can put people in lots of buckets, are trying to get into CSUs and UCs. And those schools only look at 4 semesters of grades, 10th and 11th grade. And so those students don't have this holistic background that more privileged students have. Their whole application is for the most part based on how well they did in those 4 semesters. And somehow a straight credit, no credit system, just penalize them a great deal. So if we look, you can look at students, you can see what could happen. You could take a student who comes from the same demographic, and there's not going to be extra spaces in the student. And the people reading the grade semesters are going to have one student who has 4 semesters of grade, and that 4th semester allowed them to have a higher GPA than the student who has 3. What is their natural inclination going to be? To take the one with the higher GPA. Now, the one who has 3 is going to have all the credits necessary to go to the UC or CSU, but the GPA is calculated per the email from UC. Will just ignore those classes. They'll just do it on the 3 semesters. And I think that penalizes that student in a way that I'm not comfortable with. So the bottom line is where I came out is, I think credit, no credit for most students is probably the fairest and best way. For most students, when you look at the whole totality of our students and where they are, but it's not equity. It's a one-choice-fits-all approach that it doesn't do things. To quote Jefferson again, it doesn't allow all students to receive what they need, when they need it, and to develop their full potential. And to me, that is the definition of equity. Everyone else is, a lot of people have written and spoke about equity. No one has ever given me a definition that I find better than this. Most haven't given a definition. They just say needs to be equity. So I'm sort of on a hybrid of the choice 1, which is credit, no credit is the default. But I'm allowing students to look at, we're publishing letter grades tomorrow. We're finalizing letter grades tomorrow, basically based on a held harmless system from March 13th. So students who got an A, B, or C, I would allow them to opt in to grades. And I would have teachers, before they opted in, I would have teachers on the Monday workday actually put together, if you have an A, this is what you'll need to do to keep that A, or it will fall a B. For those who have a B, it can't fall, but teachers would say, this is what you need to do in the last 6 weeks to go to an A. And then for those who have a C, it can't fall, but this is what you need to do in the last 6 weeks to go to a B, and this much more to go to an A. So I would have our teachers work hard on Monday to explain, the students are where they are through 12 weeks of the semester. They'll have letter grades, to explain if they keep letter grades, what they need to do. This is a system, and then if they want to opt into letter grades, they can. Otherwise, it just goes credit, no credit. To me, this is a system that provides students what they need, when they need it, and allows them to develop their full potential. And I keep coming back to those words. When I watched the Jefferson meeting, those words just turned a light bulb on my head. And and also doing something to make sure that students who are participating and involved in the class, no matter how their assessments are, get credit for the class. To me, that's also a key part of providing students what they need, when they need it to develop their full potential. Because there are students in our system right now who might have been able to, we don't know, who are not at a pass level, but who might have been able to pull it up to a pass level if it wasn't for all the issues that came up the last 4 weeks. And I want to give them as much of the benefit of doubt as I can, and give them credit and keep them on the road to graduation without making them do anything they wouldn't do otherwise. So that's where I am. It doesn't seem like it's in the majority, but I'll let you discuss it.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I agree with you.
I figured you would, but I don't think the other 3 would.
Well, but okay, choice is equity. And I think that you are creating some very good choices that students can make. And I think you're hitting compassion on number 4. You're giving people options that they can actually work with. You're giving the teachers a baseline and you're giving the students a baseline. So I think that you've summed it up very well, and I agree with you. Now I'll mute.
So I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to use a little story. I don't know if you know Dr. Seuss, but have you ever read the Sneetches? If you haven't read the Sneetches, it's about stars on theirs. Some people get the stars and some people don't. And it really determines who's in and who's out. And what you're doing then with that opt-in system is saying, well, those people who don't have the stars, that's credit, no credit, let them be. They're going to be fine. And so that isn't equity at all. That's definitely like separation. And that's what you're doing. And it's not fair. Now, I'm not saying there's one right answer, because going back to what you said, Mark, I like the idea of where the grades were at March 13th. I think that's something that has to be taken into consideration, because that is credit that those students have earned based on the grades in an equitable system, or in a system that we know that was working. And now that we've changed it into this like emergency online learning, you're having these kids who are really struggling, and it's just going to get worse for them. I'm on the trenches. I'm actually working at an elementary level with kids who are really struggling online. Now, maybe in a high school level, it's a little different, but what I heard from the teachers is those kids are still struggling. And so so again, holding to what you're saying, Mark, what you're saying is give them what they need. Well, these struggling kids don't need just a pass, no pass. They need help. They need assistance. They need additional support that teachers can't provide. It's more than that. So again, I hear what you're saying. I like some of the things that you were saying. It's something that I think I want to put into practice to some degree, because especially taking the March 13th grades into consideration is important, because that's what the kids have earned. But this situation from now to the end of the year is not the same. And just to say, well, we can credit or no credit, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And I use the Dr. Seuss example because that is the separation that you're saying. Some people are getting it and they get to have the A's, and that's great. And then those kids who are struggling, well, they just don't have the stars and they can just do the credit, no credit. I think it has to be a one size, or at least a more equitable system than that. So I don't have the answer. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't. I like some of the things that you say. But again, I worked in LA Unified. I would never follow anything LA Unified ever did. So just so you know.
Yeah, and I agree with Greg. That's not the way to go, Mark, because I hear your heart, but it's not the way to go. I certainly, what Kevin said at the front of the meeting is the right way to go. I mean, we don't want to fail these kids in the sense that we take them completely off the track permanently, but we don't want to just pass them and pretend that they've mastered material that they haven't mastered. We want to give them the opportunity to master that material and move forward, but we don't want to pretend that just because this situation has occurred, that everybody, what I heard on the news was that San Francisco Unified somehow wanted to give everybody A's. Well, that just denigrates the A grade. How does that make anybody better? That doesn't make anybody better. That to me is a horrible idea. That's a horrendous idea. You just don't degrade your entire academic system by giving everybody an A, and pretend that they've achieved something that they haven't achieved. But you do want to continue to support them. You want to, if they haven't mastered the material, we certainly want to continue to support them, and we want to go back whenever it's possible to put them back on the right track. I'm not in favor of abandoning them. But I'm not in favor of pretending that they've succeeded when they haven't succeeded. And I'm not in favor of pretending that an A in biology in spring 2020 is the same as an A in biology in spring 2019. It's not. It's not. There's no labs there. We got to recognize that things are different, that the CTE courses are not the same. The CTE courses are not the same. We teach CPM math in this district for the most part. CPM math is heavily interactive math. It's not, it's not the same when all of a sudden from one day to the next, you try to teach it remotely with no professional development given. I wish I could pretend that it is, but it's not. And I don't think we do a service to ourselves or to our students equitably by, pretending that the situation is different from what it is. And I think we just need to, recognize that.
I'd just like to respond to Greg and Peter. I hear what you're saying. Peter seems to be more arguing about my proposal had multiple aspects. He's arguing about making sure everyone passes. But I also think the other side of the proposal is very important, which is in effect locking in the March 13th grades. I tried to do a little more with that to give students, so students just didn't walk away, but that was the basis of it, locking in March 13th. I'd also like to make one other sort of issue with, that it puts students in different sort of, give students a gold star than others. But when you go through our schools, I think you find when you students, they are sort of in different things. Some students are there to graduate. That is the key reason they are, that is their key goal. They'd like to get as many high grades as possible, but their big thing is showing up on that diploma stage, which regrettably isn't going to be there this year, showing up there and getting that diploma. And we see that by the large percentage of our students who just end up going on to CSM or other students like that. Now, I want to say, I know some students go there because it's a great way to save money and then go to the UCs, CSUs. I don't want to, I can't put everyone in, broad buckets like that. I know it's unfair, but there are many students who just go there because they're 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 GPA type students. And that's where they go. Now, those students, whether they get credit, whether they get a C, maybe a B, they're indifferent. I think in the long run, those students are totally indifferent. It's the students who are using those 4 key semesters to try to get into a UC or CSU, where throwing away this semester, as Peter says, you look at they'll have only 3 semesters, and the biology AP course will just have a credit versus the other student who will have 4 semesters, and the biology AP course will have an A, which will then get them a grade point bump. And UC has been very clear, if you give grades, if there's grades on the transcript, they're going into the GPA calculation. Maybe they'll change that, but that's their direction right now. So we can deal with the lower end, or whatever you want to call it, separately from the other end, which is the students who had strong grades on March 13th and how we reward that.
You know, you didn't give me a chance to
I'm sorry.
disagree with you before you took the rest of the guys on, and I actually wrote down how will Mark's system work, and maybe it would work, but it's a very complicated sort of convoluted system, and you had me till you got to the lower and the upper, and we started differentiating, because if we had equity in this society, all the people who got real sick would have ventilators and would have good health care, just like all the students should have technology in their house anyway. I mean, I think we're all trying to get to a point where we're doing the best for the students, whatever that is. You know, I'm also thinking that if I thought your program would work, Mark, and I just don't see how it would, you know, I'm kind of like, I think Greg and Peter saw, oh, there's glimmer, there's hope in there, there's something positive in there, and it's sort of a positive, it's a positive message, but I just don't see where it really would work in this district for these students. I mean, you almost got me, but I'm not gonna change where I think we need to be. I mean, you can try to explain that, because I lost some of the nuances, because I think the devil's in the details. I mean, matter of fact, don't explain it because it would take another half an hour. Maybe, and then maybe I'd have to explain it. You know, it's just it would have a lot of intricacies, and I'm not sure it would have true merit anyway. I mean, you know. So
Okay, I'm going to make a motion here that we adopt. I think it was option number 2, which is pass fail.
Credit, no credit.
I asked to speak.
Linda wants to speak first.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that yeah, there's no sides in this. This is like the circle of life here. I mean, I'm not Dr. Seuss. And I think that Mark's recommendation, it does need to be worked out, but it will give students choice. And I think we really need to give students choice. And I really struggle with the fact that all of these students so many students are working very hard, no matter what their grades, and they're going to feel like they didn't get anything for that. And that really bothers me, because credit, no credit, it doesn't, how are the kids going to take that? Because they're used to working for a grade. Now, maybe some of them will be fine with it, but, and I know we're in a short-term pandemic. We hope it's short-term. So we're not in a normal situation anyway. And I can see all that too. I think that's what just makes all of this so difficult. My sister is a teacher in Indiana. It's going to snow there tomorrow, by the way, which makes no sense. But she teaches math, and she's got over 100 students, but they're junior high. So she's been calling the parents to find out how they're doing, why they're not on her Zoom, where the homework is. And it's taking a huge amount of time, and it's a lot of work. And I think that a lot of our teachers are probably doing the same thing, trying to find students and helping them participate, because I think participation is not only good for their learning, but it also gives them some socialization, as remote as it is, but they can feel connected. But I think we need to look at what we can do to give the students choice. And I don't know if our aides are working right now, but could we get additional people to help to reach out to the kids who people are not hearing from, to see how they're doing and what we can do to help them. I know we have a limited time frame, because we're coming on how many weeks we have left, like 6. But if we reach out and find out what's really going on with these students, we're not talking in generalities. And I think we are talking in generalities right now, which is the best we can do, even with all the information that we have. So I still believe that student choice, and I'm fine with incompletes, Peter, for kids who are not able to obtain the amount of learning that you talked about that they should be getting, that we could then offer makeup classes for those kids so they can actually get that learning and get the grade that they deserve. But I don't want to limit it. I guess I'm really struggling with limiting students. And I guess that's what I have to say.
before we go to, I want to just ask one quick rhetorical question to Greg, Peter, Robert, Bob. If we go credit, no credit, how does that fit into students receive what they need, when they need it to develop their full potential? Or do you believe that's not a good definition for equity?
That is a good definition.
It is a good definition.
We got the equity class.
But apply it to what your situation is and what you're saying.
Circumstance.
What do you mean, Greg?
So again, you're saying that let them choose, but then there's not a choice for the kids who are really struggling. In fact, your own words were, if I can get it right, they really don't care. And they're just, that's the way it's going to be. And so we really don't have to worry about them. I don't agree with that.
I did not say we didn't have to worry about them.
Well, you said they were struggling, and
I said that there's a lot of students from all backgrounds, I didn't say that, whose motivation is to get a diploma. That is their motivation. And so, as long as we facilitated them getting the credit hours, whether it's credit, no credit, C, B, or whatever, those students.
I think
again, just using that phrase, those students, that bothers me.
Oh, okay, the students in the bucket I was talking about.
Mark, you're simplifying that way too much. Those kids have aspirations way beyond just getting a diploma.
I agree with that, but their next step is getting diploma.
And they have interests and needs way beyond getting a diploma. You're simplifying it way too much.
I don't disagree with what you said, but when it comes to grades and how they look at grades, and that's it only, they want to graduate. That's what I'm saying.
So that's all they want. That's all they need.
No, after graduation, they have a lot of other, within the context of school grades and graduation. That's all I'm trying to speak to.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to speak to, many of them end up going to schools that are, go to college and do well at colleges, usually those, CSM,
No,
and they move on.
No, Mark, I would assert that within their curriculum, there are certain courses that those students are very interested in having. In many cases, those students are looking at CTE courses, for instance, that are very important to them. That are very important to them, and very important to them going on even to the community college district.
I don't
complicated than that.
I don't say they just want to just show up and get stamp on their hand to go ahead. That's not what I was saying. I was saying for them, credit, no credit works very well. Because someone else doesn't get credit, no credit, and someone else gets a grade, it doesn't matter that much to them. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, I disagree. I think you're way oversimplifying. You're way oversimplifying it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you're really addressing the equity issues, but I want to take on one point. And this is where it is confusing for me, because I see some of the things you're trying to say, Mark. So I don't want to lose that. The students have achieved a certain amount up to third quarter. They should be given credit for that. And then how can we build off of that? Can we make sure that they get better and improve and have that be the compassionate component of it, where they rise up and can only do better to improve their grades? That is something that I would like to consider.
Well, that's okay with me too. That's basically the hold harmless.
Yeah.
And people hate that word. So the choice there was, I was trying to do a little more. The choice there is you get, the default could be credit, no credit. And then if you don't want that credit, no credit, you could go to the third quarter grade, and you have a hold harmless situation where your grade doesn't fall and it can go up. And the teacher should explain to you what you need to do to raise it.
The only problem is it doesn't address the circumstances of struggling students. And that is something we're really I'm struggling with. I understand the end where it's like we want to give credit to students who are really doing a great job and working hard, and how do we acknowledge that? And we don't want to take things away from them. I get that. I'm all for that. I understand that. But for the kids who are struggling, what are we doing for that? And what are we
Okay,
doing for them?
here's why I mean, this is again, you're putting people in buckets. I'm putting people in buckets.
Yeah.
The hold harmless takes that student who worked hard for the first 9-10 weeks before the pandemic, from the who's now struggling, but had all those supports, they were in place, was in an AP course, had a B, maybe had an A, is getting the either the 4 or the 5 on their transcript, and it's keeping that locked in. It is versus, and that gives that student what they need and what they expected to finish the year with. Versus, you understand what it gives that student that versus now dropping down to or going to, I shouldn't use the word dropping down, going to a credit, no credit system. So before they were on track to either get 4 or 5 on their GPA, which would have then given them a good GPA calculation for their 4 quarters, 4 semesters that go into their UCCSU application. And so I'm trying to hold them harmless and recognize the work they did. And I think that's what you did. You're trying to say we need to do too. And that's my problem with credit, no credit.
I want to throw in
across the board. Yes, Linda.
Okay. I think, Peter, you're talking about the student who, allegedly is just looking to graduate. And, maybe there are students and that's what they want to do, but they should have the choice to take that grade they had or to take credit, no credit. That student, like every other student, should have the choice. And it's our job to make sure that student gets the choice. And if they want credit, no credit, that's their choice. But if they want to keep the B they had, the C they had, that should be their choice too. And I don't want to take anything away from any of them. And I think that's equity.
Greg, do you have any, you've been wavering a little more than the others, so I'll let you tell me what you think, and then we can move to a decision.
I don't know. I mean, look, I think the problem is, if you really go back to it, and it goes to what Linda was talking about, and a lot of the speakers said the same thing. It's not perfect right now. When we're doing this online learning, it's emergency online learning. How can you really determine grades at this point? I mean, it's very difficult to say they're doing exactly what they're doing. One of the speakers was one of the students who said, I'm in an AP bio class, and you know what? The AP bio class that I'm getting right now and the knowledge that I'm getting right now is not an A work, even though I can get an A and I'm doing really well, because it's not the same. And I think we have to take that into account, which is why I go back to what Peter and I and Bob were talking about, is this is unusual circumstances. If everything was the same, I hear what you're saying. It's like, let's give, why even consider credit, no credit? But this is a unique situation where the teaching's not the same, the instruction's not the same, the learning's not the same. And how do we accommodate for that? And especially the lowest common denominators, the kids who are struggling, what are we doing for them? How are we making it reasonable for them? Now, they already have 3/4 worth of grades, so I'm willing to take that into account. So that's where my conflict is.
Well, that's my problem with credit, no credit, because we're just going to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah.
We're going around.
And so that's not equity.
I want to make a motion.
Okay.
I want to move that we adopt option 2, which is credit, no credit, and that we ask the administration to provide us with a report by June 30th on the best practices for remote learning and recommendations on a grading system for emergency conditions under remote learning.
So just to make clear, because this is another issue we haven't talked about, your motion is this is a one-time only.
One-time only.
Well, that's
for
no change.
2020 semester, one time only adoption of credit, no credit grading system for spring 2020.
So no changes to AR or BR?
No changes to AR and and
BR, whatever.
board policy,
BP.
BP.
Second.
I'm gonna call for a vote. Start with Greg. You realize, Greg, if you vote no, we'll try something else.
Do you want me to go? I'll
Abstain.
go first. Grace.
I abstain.
Okay. Greg abstains. Linda,
No.
Peter,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
I vote no. The motion fails 2-1.
Next.
My mic on, I shouldn't laugh.
I mean, the chair can make a motion, but I'm not going to do it. The motion I would make if Linda wants to make it. I would make a motion that credit, no credit is the default option, but students have the option to opt into their hold harmless grade from March 13th. And those who opt in who have lower than an A are provided guidance on, or provided objectives on how they can raise that grade.
Say that
Okay,
again.
so.
Yeah, that's so
Mark-
confusing.
Mark.
Okay,
I'll
no,
make
no,
it.
it's not meant to be confusing.
I'll make it.
Wait, let me
know.
try. Okay, I know you
Why
made,
don't you give up and I'll do it?
okay, go on, you try.
Okay, so it would be option 1, student choice for letter grade or credit, no credit, with students having the ability to retain the March 13th grade or take the grade they earn at the end of the semester, with the additional option of an incomplete for a student who is unable to complete the coursework.
That's interesting.
Well, because that if the grade goes up at the end, then they can still do, they get the grade at the end. If it doesn't, they can stay with the grade in the beginning, but the student chooses.
I don't even know if that, okay.
What do you think, Greg? I mean, it's,
You can modify it.
yeah. Greg, you're here to help us through this because you're in the
Yeah,
middle.
well,
Bob's
Give us what you, I mean, give us.
look, I mean, the basis for what we're saying is you have to define what an incomplete is. And then you have to talk about, if you're really talking about choice, to me is a difficult situation because what you're saying is you want to give kids choice. But again, it's like, I don't know if that's the best option for everyone. I mean, are we always going to pick the best choice for ourselves? I mean, grading is
But that's
an
what they
arbitrary
did.
system.
That's what they did before this started. They were making choices to do their homework, not do their homework, take a class, not take a class. They've been doing choices all along. We're
Yeah, but
changing it for them.
Again, also and are we taking into account the struggles that they have at home and that other issues too? I mean,
Well,
those
no,
still-
because we are by having the whole harmless grade.
If they could take the first grade they had, then we are, because they would have.
if there's a
had
way
that
you
grade
can put
otherwise.
it, if you can,
Can you put it?
so what I'm recommending, and to some degree, is if you have the grades at March 13th, then use those as a base to be able to improve the grades and hold harmless any grades so that instead of going down, they can only go up.
That's
I mean,
what I was trying to say.
I like that.
That to me is saying everybody gets the same, everybody can start improving, and how can we make that happen?
I'm for that.
Do you want to have a
second-
credit, no
I'll
credit
second it.
option, Greg, or no?
Whatever anybody else wants to do, at this point, I'd rather have just this is where they are and this is where they can go up.
It's the straight hold harmless is basically what you're,
Okay,
I can vote for that. Do you second that, Linda?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Let's
so
discuss it. I want to hear from my other compatriots I just sold out.
Robert.
Bob and Peter, it's like, what do they think? Because I'm curious as what everybody thinks here.
Well, we've already heard the teachers say they don't think that's a good option.
I know.
And they're not comfortable with that option.
Yeah.
And they're not comfortable with being able to do that in a fair and equitable way. That's what gives me the problem of forcing that upon them. Because, you know, we're basically telling them to do something that they've looked at rather thoroughly and said that that's not a good way to go. And so I'm concerned about telling them to do that when, you know, we've had them look at it and they're uncomfortable doing that, and
But Peter, they know how to do that. They've been doing that all the time.
Grades are in the book.
But they don't know how to, Linda, this is an entirely different situation. We're not asking them to do something that they've ever done before. And in a completely different environment. And we've got some teachers who are functioning grandly in a virtual environment. We've got other teachers who are completely uncomfortable in this environment and struggling mightily to deliver curriculum and instruction in this environment. And then we got students who are struggling in this environment. My God, it's just a mess.
Maybe I trust them more than you do. I think they could do this. I really do.
Well, there's not much
we
to
have
do
to
here.
help them, but I think they could do it because they know the students. They know how to give grades. They know their curriculum. And, you know, I don't know. I just think they know what they're doing and they could do that. They do this.
I just want to add something to what you said, Peter. Regrettably, whatever we select, we have teachers, we have stakeholders, large portions of stakeholders who have taken different sides. There's the teachers who have made very clear what they think is the best thing to do. And they're an important stakeholder. And I value it. On the other hand, if you look at all the emails we got and so forth, there are the stakeholders, the people who voted for us and who we, in theory, represent. The vast majority of them, at least those who have communicated, don't agree with the teacher. That puts us.
That's not necessarily true.
But one of the problems that I think is, I think Kevin wants to speak.
That agreed that pass-fail was the way to go.
Well, one of the things that I have a concern about is, even with my own motion, is what about the kid who just decides, hey, I got an A, I don't need to do anything else for the next 8 weeks. Now
That's
what?
what I was trying to adjust for, but.
Yeah, well, that's a concern because
I'm letting you go with your way of keeping it simple.
all right, let Kevin talk.
So first of all, I'm glad that we didn't have some of the conversations that we had as principals on this topic recorded because they're much of the same struggles that you guys have engaged in. I think if you do the March 13th, I have some concerns. One is the teachers will be under great pressure to give makeup work, to pull up kids' efforts, all those pieces. We have we are all recognizing now that grades are a blunt instrument. They're very, very difficult to provide. The possibility of kids' ability to improve now since March 13th is also affected. Some kids have reacted well to the online world, others have not. And so now who's got the best shot at improving their grades since March 13th is an open issue. We advertise our grades as progress reports. And so kids and teachers have all manner of doing grades. You do well in the final, I'll raise your grade. The first 6 weeks count a lot, for next 6 weeks don't. You know, I guess since nobody likes my proposal, and since it has no currency, I have to sort of push for a credit, no credit option because it's the one that keeps coming back to that has the most most integrity and the most peace there. And I guess I want to, I know Craig is on this line, and I think one of the things we may want to do as a district is really put some energy into increasing our support for the kids who are, all kids, but we have some families. I mean, I don't know how to do this, but to really give our teachers a special calling to go out of their way to be champions for kids in this college application process. To really find those ways to personalize those kids, to explain their situation. When they're asked to write letters of recommendation, they talk about their experience during this, that they focus in on those. We're not going to be able to distinguish our kids based on grades. It's just not going to happen. But what it is going to be are those letters of recommendations, the counselors that make that extra effort, and the work that goes into that part. So I don't know that you're going to reach a solution here, but that's what I would propose.
Let me give you I thought of something along the lines of what you're saying. I didn't propose it. Okay? So guys, listen to this. I would say you go credit, no credit, only if the teachers union signs a side letter that any student who received credit can approach that teacher, and that teacher is required to, hence the side letter, is required to write a 2-3 paragraph letter explaining where the student was, the progress they were making, like saying, they were doing a real good job, they were working hard, they had mastered until the pandemic happened. They write that letter of recommendation. It then goes to the counselors, and then it gets added to the counselor's letter of recommendation that goes to all schools. So the requirement is, if we go credit, no credit, we only do it if the teachers union signs a side letter saying, for each and every student that requests a letter of recommendation explaining where the student was, or addresses the student situation, the teachers have to write that letter. And then that letter then goes to the counselor, who then puts that letters with all the spring 2020 letters that they gathered, and then those letters then go into the college application with the counselor's letter. I know that's a little ridiculous, but
that strikes me as bizarre, Mark.
Yeah, that won't
That's
work.
over the top.
That
Okay,
strikes me as bizarre.
So Mark, I think that kids ask for, when the counselor is putting together the kids' letters of support. Now, this is not a UC or issue, because UC doesn't take letters of recommendation, but when kids ask teachers to support them in applications to private schools or other parts, folks swing hard for them. I mean, our staff is already going to do that. On that score, Mark, I don't think we need a side letter, because I think we have a staff full of champions for kids that want to see them reach their dreams. I don't know. I don't know that a side letter feels almost insulting, because I think
I agree with you on there, but I want to make it, doesn't have to be a side letter. I want to make it a requirement that the student who is doing well can ask for that letter, and the teacher is expected to rewrite it.
Can you hear me?
That was just my thought.
Linda,
Mark,
yeah, go Linda.
Yeah, I think that's not going to work. It just doesn't make any sense. When our teachers going to spend their entire summer writing letters? I mean, that's crazy. But I'm looking at choice 4 again, because it's starting to look a little more palatable. Except that I don't like this vast majority A thing. I think that's grade inflation. So maybe Kevin can explain that to me in a way that I would see that as a more viable option, because I feel like credit, no credit is an easy way out, and I don't like that.
So I don't know how to do that in a way that, I think that's the downside, Linda, and it's outlined in the disadvantages of that proposal.
Let me ask you this, Kevin. You wrote choice 4. It's your proposal. How would you train teachers on it Monday if that's what we?
Yeah, that's what the teachers keep asking me.
Asking what? Sorry.
That's the best question all night.
Yeah, I don't know.
What were you?
I mean, I gave them some ideas that, and teachers felt like that was a hill too hard to climb.
Yeah, but you must add some thoughts if you wrote it.
I outlined those as best I could. Teachers were concerned about some of the privacy issues. Teachers were concerned about, how do they make those calls? There were some concerns about litigation, about, what would happen if somebody got a B that they thought were A's, those kinds of things. I think the reason that it's appealing is because it feels like it's generous to kids. After listening to this discussion and going round and round, I don't know. I don't have much more guidance to give you really on this topic.
Greg, there is a motion with a motion.
You know what? I'm going to withdraw the motion, and I'm going to ask Peter if he could put up a motion again, because I made a decision on my mind. Peter, you want to do your motion again?
I'll make a motion to reconsider the previous motion.
Yeah, which was the pass, no pass, credit, no credit.
Yeah, it's clear what it was. He doesn't have to say the whole thing.
I'll change my vote to yes. I think the problem is this. Look, we've done exactly what probably every other group has done, gone round and round. There's no right answer. There's no best way to deal with this. This is an emergency situation. I do not want this to go beyond this semester. I would, if we could, I'd love to try to get the the third quarter grades in somehow. But other than that, it should just be credit, no credit, and just that's where we are. I think it's the equitable thing to do. It's hard for teachers to deal with. I mean, I'm looking on the comments on the side. I mean, it's all over the place. So for me, I think if we just go credit, no credit, that's the way we can deal with it at this point.
Can I just ask one question of the administration? Can we put both grades on there? The third quarter grade and credit, no credit?
We don't have a third quarter. We use semesters.
Yeah.
Well, no, the interim, the March 13th grade. The grade, which is really the grade that's gonna, can we put 2 grades on there?
I mean, anything's possible, I guess. You still have the challenge of, you told kids at the beginning of the semester, you have a grading sheet, you tell them, here's how we're going to do grades. And teachers have all sorts of pieces that they put in there. To be very,
but for some kids, that's not going to be beneficial. I mean, not everybody's going to be happy with where they were on March 13th.
Well, why can't we put on there credit and that's the official grade, and then as of March 13th, the grade was whatever it was. And maybe we let students decide whether that goes in or not.
It strikes me as incredibly complicated, and
it's not that hard. You tell the student what their grade was on March 13th, and then you have 2 grades entered. The official grade is a credit. The second is a comment. Prior to pandemic, or whatever you want to call it, grade was B+, A-, whatever you want to call it. Some students see that, some don't. It's not the official grade, but it's on the transcript.
Hey, Mark, I don't know if that's possible. We would have to look at it, but that's a progress report grade, and the colleges look to a semester grade. We're on a
Right,
semester system.
I'm not saying that that's your semester grade. Your semester grade is credit. But we're also putting a notation on that transcript, which we don't do for any other grades, that prior to pandemic, student's grade was whatever it was, if the student wants us to put it. Any thoughts on that?
Well, the good news is that everyone really cares about this issue.
Yeah.
Greg, do you want
And
to?
I think that is kind of a
So-
light in this tunnel.
So Greg, make a motion to reconsider the previous motion.
Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Reconsider the original motion, the first Peter's motion.
I second that motion.
Greg,
Yes.
Linda,
No, I want students to have choice.
Peter,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Mark, no. Motion carries 3-2. Divided board.
And you know what? That's not a bad thing, actually.
Yeah, Linda, you know, we, teachers, administrators, everybody struggled to come here and bring you something that you could all agree on. The fact that you split 3-2 and you are doing that in a way that's you disagreeing agreeably is just, you know, I know people are disappointed, and I'm seeing those comments, but you know that happens in a process where people have respect for each other, where we can disagree agreeably, you know, the people watch tonight. If they don't like the decision, they can't, I think, believe that you didn't care about what you were doing, that you weren't interested in what kids think, and that you did this hard work in a way that was caring and thoughtful and put kids at the center. So thank you for that.
I would say that I'm going to go home disappointed tonight but I'm already home because we took away choice from students, and I don't feel good about that. But I'm a minority in this board at this point in time, and I respect, you know, the opinions of other people, and I appreciate all the input we had. But I think we should be very careful when we look at taking away choices from people.
I think the one thing that needs to be reconsidered or thought of is the AP scores and what's going on with AP. I think that's a separate issue that could be done in a different way. So I think that's something that we can look at.
Well, yeah, follow up with it.
Yeah.
I'm also, you know, it was 3-2, but it was even closer to 3-2. When I look at how Greg.
Mark, can you speak your sound?
Okay. I'm saying it was 3-2, but it was even closer than that. How, you know, just how Greg was pulled in both ways. Just, you know, people should understand this board was fairly evenly split, as should administration and teachers.
This is not an easy answer. There's no real one right answer. I mean, and this is, I think, as Peter had said earlier, this is a semester, one semester grades. It's like a quarter worth of grades. It's not going to be continued in the fall. We definitely need to look at things.
And I just, you know, to me, why I voted no again is because I believe equity means each student receives what they need when they need it to develop their full potential. And to me, this fell short on that. It might be the best solution we had, but we need to keep trying, even with this system, to figure out what we can do over the next 6 weeks for those students who it does not allow to develop their full potential, to do something in addition to just giving them a credit grade that allows them to develop their full potential. I'm challenging the administration and teachers to figure out how they can supplement the decision made to allow students to get what they need when they need it to develop their full potential.
Isn't that what we're doing all the time? I mean, isn't that what we do, either in person and not in person? I mean, that's what education is all about.
Yes, I agree with you.
You know,
But
I think I think my biggest concern right now is, you know, I understand where people are concerned about grades, but really it should be about learning. I think what our focus should be and our concern should be is about how are we engaging students online? How is it going to continue in the fall? Those are the things that we really need to work on as well. I mean, those are some things that I think are missed. And I think that's important, is just as much as anything else we've talked about tonight.
Okay, does any board member want to make any more final comments?
Yeah, I mean, I agree exactly with what Greg said. I mean, it's about how do you maximize the learning? How do you improve the quality of the instruction and curriculum that we're delivering remotely? Because I think any way you look at it, we're going to be delivering curriculum and instruction remotely in the fall. How, to what degree is still up in the air, but I mean, you look at any scenario and how we open schools, it's going to be with social distancing, and it's not going to be under any normal conditions. So we've just got to look at how much can we learn and how can we get better at this, and do the best we can.
The only thing I want to add is I really want to look around everywhere else on the peninsula. I mean, if you really want to move somewhere else, everywhere on the peninsula is doing the exact same thing we just decided tonight. I mean, South San Francisco,
That doesn't make it right.
Sequoia, but why did they decide to do it? Because they
You know,
came
the
up with some
lemmings
good
all
reasons
jump
too.
off the cliff together. I mean,
No, but they did some, I mean, because it's the
I mean,
right thing to do.
that's not true, Linda. There was a lot of thought and consideration.
4 hours in one meeting.
I'm not
come on.
I'm not undermining their efforts. I'm just saying we need to really think for our students. And
I agree. I think we are.
okay.
All our
Well, I think we need to end this meeting.
To Pacifica or
We've been on here for hours. Let's end the meeting.
they are keeping letter grades. So
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Greg was, I think, I just wanted to correct Greg that when he said everywhere on the peninsula, and I wanted to point out that Jefferson is keeping.
Hold harmless. Yeah. they're
Okay,
doing hold
yeah.
harmless.
Good
You
night,
know,
gentlemen.
Let's
go.
Linda, I don't think we made this decision based on what other districts did.
Right.
And I think considered carefully, obviously we spent a lot of time invested in trying to determine the best solution. So it was not based on what, oh, the lemmings are doing this, so we're going to do that. I don't think anybody on this board took that position.
Well, someone said that.
No, but I wanted to just,
look what
I wanted to
everyone
point
else
out,
did.
I wanted to point out that
Okay.
we're not alone.
You know what? And that's true. So let's end. This meeting has gone on many hours, and let's come to an end.
Yeah, I think we're all very tired. I do want to thank you all for your work, and I know we still have some people who are paying attention here. Tomorrow, the work begins on implementing your policy and take not only what you decided tonight, but the spirit of caring about kids will go on tomorrow. So thank you for that.
Thanks. I adjourn the meeting. Meeting's closed. Everyone can start getting out of here because I'm going to hit end meeting in 10, 9, 8, sign off, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.